yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. How long them a know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them a them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who went crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Say from him, say up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know that the people rely on him. You know that they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the one who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. One stop, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. How long them a know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them a them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who went crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. To from him, say, but all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. To from him, say, but all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I I saw him say, from himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people they respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock the whole order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, how long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them and them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, from him say up all lies on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army.
Greetings, and salutations, everybody. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew, holding it down. You know, the hype man warm up things for the rebel every time the provost, the big boss, the one boss. Well, I can't do it quite like Jeffrey Tavares do it. It was a fearless leader. But that area leader, oh you go.
Area. Ladies and gentlemen, students, brothers and sisters, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly, and the professor, DJ, where you there, Kevin Stew.
Blessings.
Now, again, thanks for being here. Oh, by the way, we had a change of time because of daylight savings time. We're now broadcasting we continue to broadcast at 3 from where we are, but in Jamaica it's 2 o'clock, so people will have to make that adjustment. I hope it's not too much effort because we really want to have you here, particularly as we move on into these periods where we have a bunch of investigations coming out. We have the Auditor General, have the Integrity Commission, otherwise known as the Commission, and then we have our own investigation going on here. So please join us. And as DJ Kevin, where you're there, still would say, hey, God, tell a friend, join a friend, tell an enemy, whatever, please.
Call a friend, tell a friend. Friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too.
It rolled off his tongue. I just can't do it. All I hear is call a friend, tell a friend, and that's it. I'm not. Big news. Today we're going to have our midterm examination, and I anticipate, I know that all of you will get 100. If you don't, I'm going to be very, very disappointed because you've been in class, you've participated, we have provided, we have lectured, we have even given extra lessons. So We expect good things from today. But I tell you what, if you don't do well, that's okay, because we're going to tell you where the answers can be found. And so you go and you review, and then you take stock of where you are in preparation for the final. And before the final, we're going to have a pop quiz. So we'll kind of like prepare you for it. We actually should have given you a pop quiz before today, but unfortunately, Jamaica is content rich and we have to stay on top of things. So we just didn't have the time to do that. So that's that. We have, but we'll soon get to the other part about the guests. I'll tell you what, let me just welcome everyone. I know we have people in the Middle East watching. We have people in Asia. We have people in Africa, people in Europe, the Caribbean, North America. Welcome to all of you.
Friday, April 3rd. And Saturday.
See, they can't wait to know.
My apologies.
Anyway, folks, tonight at 8 o'clock, Kevin Stew will be on with his musical extravaganza, followed by me at 10 to midnight. And tonight I'm playing just Dennis Brown. And the man, his catalog is unbelievable. I started out with about 10 hours worth of music. I'm now down to 6. And remember, I only have 2 hours. So the plan is I'm going to play for an hour, and then I'll take requests for the second hour. So join us. It's going to be fun to listen to the Crown Prince and bring back some memories. Let's jump into, and let me just say big up to everybody. We just don't have enough time for big up everybody individually today, but big up everybody, whether you're sick, lame, able-bodied, big up yourself. Thanks for joining us. All right, we're going to just jump into this. I can't answer that. Oh, it's Women's History Month. And Maya Angelou, she said, we may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. Words to live by. It's like saying, the only time you fail is when you fail to get up. You get knocked down, you get up, get back in the ring, get back in the fight. SSB, big up yourself. Lies are dispelled. And we're going to dispel a lot of lies today. We are going to dispel a lot of lies today. John F. Kennedy, the goal of education is the advancement of knowledge and the dissemination of truth. If you notice, there's a conjunction there. And the goal of education is not only the advancement of knowledge, it is also the dissemination of truth. So you could be advanced in knowledge, but if you're not speaking truth, if you're not sharing that truth, what good does it do? Doesn't do much good. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. We're going to have some civic lessons today, trust me, including the exam. All right, the midterm. We have 10 questions, and we have 2 extra credit questions. 10 questions plus 2 extra credit questions. And we're going to do the exam. When you say, what was the time we agreed upon, Professor? Was it 6? Somewhere around there?
6 o'clock.
Okay, good, outstanding. And the things we're going to discuss today. Oh, by the way, forgive me, folks. The promo said topic. It should say top picks. It was done in a hurry, but nevertheless a mistake, and we admit to that. But you know what we meant by that, because we're all bright people around here. So Anyway, first one. The government of Jamaica just discovered legal violations with the Cuban medical program after all these years. And we're going to talk about their discovery. That's why we say the people cannot be fooled all the time. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. We're going to expose that discovery and get to the truth, which will be disseminated. Second one, Speaker Holness's reign of terror, rudeness, and ignorance. How much more, Jamaica, can we countenance? Should probably say, how much more world can we countenance? She is despicable. She's rude. She's crass. She's a bully. I watched her last week in Parliament and also this week. And it's abundantly clear to me that she's just throwing her weight around. And people are allowing her to get away with it. But there are some people I'm watching because they're shaping up to be a challenge to her despicable behavior. And one of them is brand new in the Parliament. Another is an established member of Parliament. But those two people, and there are others, but I'm looking at these two people and they're a force to reckon with. And I believe that in the end, they're going to frustrate the hell out of this lady. But while they're doing that, we're going to do our best to keep you apprised of what's going on. Now, many of you, lots of you, you know that this lady, she has very little, I'll give her some credit, very little leadership skills. And she's in a position of leadership. The Peter principle applies here. She's risen to her level of incompetence. And we have to speak out. So today I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you the benefit of my observation. And then you can let us know what you think. You can let us know what you think. The third topic, the Auditor General, stakeholders, and the Rural School Bus Program. I know a lot of you are waiting for this. Real advocacy in action. We're going to show you what real advocacy is. And when I say real advocacy, many, many thanks to all of you, to all the bloggers, all the supporters who spoke out about this rural school bus program and who took the time to write to the Auditor General. A friend of mine in Jamaica called me. He's a well-positioned gentleman. And he said to me, he just can't recall the Auditor General saying that she is initiating an investigation based on the cries from stakeholders. Usually it's done as a routine matter, audits, routine, or she'll say someone complained. But in this instance, lots of people complained. And so, let me think more. Blessings. Thank you to all of you who wrote to the Auditor General and asked her to initiate an investigation of the rural school bus program. Thanks again. There we are, yours truly and Professor Stew. Okay, students, today, who are the students? You know, we have our regular students. They come on a Saturday. They're taking the exam today. But we're going to expand the student category today. And it's going to be Jamaicans at home and abroad. So we're talking about diaspora members and people in Jamaica. And by the way, let me just say again, big thanks to all the supporters. Because one of the things we found out was that our listening audience, I was thinking that it would be mostly North America and Europe, truth be told, it's mostly Jamaica. And I'm so happy because that's where the problem is. And now I just hope that you will digest, absorb the information we're providing. Think about it critically and start making plans to ensure the change you seek, you are a part of it. Again, all legal stuff. We don't encourage illegal behavior here. So if you're going to do something, for example, if you're going to protest, we say, go get your permit, notify the authorities. That's our first batch of students today. Jamaicans well, the first batch is regular students. Then we have Jamaicans at home and abroad. Then we have friends of Jamaica. And when I say friends, I'm talking about the friends we have, the continent of Africa, all over the Middle East, Europe, the Far East. There are some people in South America as well. We welcome you and we thank you for being in our student class today. And last but not least, the Jamaican government. They are our students today. And they've been our students for quite a while, Professor. They've been sitting in the back row and quietly paying attention and taking stock of what.
Taking notes. That's what they've been doing.
They've been doing what?
Taking notes.
They've been taking notes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They've been taking notes. But we know that they've been sitting in the classroom and they've been taking notes because, look, no one person, one group has a monopoly on ideas. No one. And so it would behoove you to join forces with an educated crowd like the one we have here. And that's what the government has done. Because we watch what they've said in their public pronouncements. We watch what they've said, or we heard what they've said privately, and we see them in Parliament. We see them in Parliament. And Professor, it's not just the ruling party, the opposition as well. But I must tell you this though. I don't think the opposition is listening to us as much as the government. And there's a good reason for that. The government sees us as a challenge. I was going to use another word, but they see us as a challenge. And they've come out and they've said, listen, the people over on Rattigan's program, they're brilliant. But they said, I don't know why they keep focusing on the government. Why can't they use their talents elsewhere? And the response is, we will not. We will continue to hold government accountable for the people. Art Nelson, them see us as a threat. Well, you know what? I heard somebody said that both parties see us as a threat now, Professor, because of the discussion concerning a third party and how 5 parliamentarians can actually dictate the direction of Jamaica.
Yes.
Socially, internationally, diplomatically, and otherwise. We were hoping to get to that today, but time is against us. Professor.
As usual, greetings again, everybody. We want to be reminded that when we come here, we're active listeners and we exercise our active listening with an open mind. And with doing so, we get to use our time effectively. We encourage that you be present, especially the fact that we're doing a midterm today. We want you to be here. And we're not browbeating anybody if they get some of the answers wrong. That's okay, because we're here to work on it together. And that's one of the ways that you get something. You get it wrong a few times. That way you can work on it and get it right. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Those who are naysayers and detractors and distractors, we have a solution for you. All right. You might get away with the first two, or first few, but you won't be here for long. Celebrate others' contributions. Those who say something that might be out of left field, or they ask a question and someone might think it is a stupid question. There's no such thing as a stupid question. It's just people who maybe too afraid to ask questions. If you don't know something, you ask. Not because somebody else know it, that means that your question is a stupid question. No. And whomever is getting asked the question should feel honored that there being someone has seen them as someone knowledgeable enough to seek counsel or seek advice from them. So go ahead and celebrate others' contributions. And most of all, enjoy the experience. There's nothing that happens any day of the week like what's happening right now, right here. So enjoy the experience. Provost.
Yes, sir. Paulo Freire, true education empowers critical thinking, and you've heard us talk about that on many occasions. Breaks chains of ignorance and manipulation, fosters self-discipline, and enables individuals to challenge oppressive systems, turning them from passive recipients to active agents of change for a freer, more just world. Essentially, apply yourself. Apply yourself. That's what this is saying. Apply yourself. And you know what they say? Hang around. If you hang around, I guess I'm paraphrasing. If you hang around 3 intelligent people, then you're likely to be the 4th. If you hang around 3 criminals, then you're likely to be the 4th. So this is one that we've used quite often. Education is our passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. And today, believe me, we are in preparation mode. The midterm exam, we're going to stop it right there. All right. So, big up the producers, them, production crew, producer Drone, producer OT. Big up all the contributors, all of you who have given us stuff or provided us stuff in terms of assisting us with the program. We truly appreciate it. Queen Nikisha is, I'm telling you, Queen Nikisha Burchell. Watch that lady. Watch that lady. By the way, next week, Sunday, we have another program in, what is it? I even forget the name. Relax with the Rebel? Is that? No, it's not that. It's, what's it called, Kevin?
Easy like Sunday.
It's been months. So I'll tell you what, easy like Sunday. We're hoping to have a program next week. And our special guest, we're talking right now, and we hope that she will be available. She's watching the program right now. Queen Ifrica. She dropped a brand new video yesterday, and I got a hold of it. I just love her. I just love her artistry. I just love this woman. And in fact, I remember I was talking to her and I said to her, yeah, you know, I've seen videos of you and blah, 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 blah. And then I said, wait a minute. I met her already. And I met her in South Africa. She was on tour a few years ago. And I actually met her. I went to 2 of her concerts, courtesy of the Jamaican High Commission in Pretoria. So, Queen Ifrica, big up yourself, and we're looking forward to having you next week. Her catalog is just mad. And I told her, I said, look, your songs, you can play them 10 years from now and they're still relevant. And that's how you know that genius went into creating these songs. When you have a song, and like the songs we're going to play tonight from Dennis Brown. I mean, you can play them Dennis Brown's been gone for quite a while. And the same thing for Bob Marley and a host of other geniuses. So stay tuned for that. We'll give you more information on Wednesday and next week, Saturday, as well, about the program. But as of right now, it looks like she will be our Merle said she like the two rebel. You see you, Merle? All right. Take a look at this, folks. Folks are saying I'm tired. I guess that's me. And them say I'm tired with seeing face. And I know they're saying.
Rough out that.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's okay. That's, as my virgin Tigo would say, it's a feeling. And they'll get over it, you know. It's not my problem. Big up yourself, Tigo. Jeffrey Tavares, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. All right. Now, let's jump into this thing here. Let me find where's the thing there, Kevin? The letter.
Same place you took that from. Wait, which one of the letters?
Where is it?
Which one of the letters?
The one that was signed by the former, looks like the former ambassador to the United States.
It's the same place where you took that one from.
Hold on a second. You just showed it to me, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh, here it is. All right. Now, folks, remember last week we showed you photographs. We don't have time to show them this week, but we showed you photographs of the Minister of Efficiency, for lack of a better term, the former Jamaican ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Audrey Marks, that she was on her way to a conference in Florida. And I don't know why. And remember we talked about that? Somebody said, take up the invitation to call you. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, Master 6, you never accept requests. You're right. Let's move that. That's for Wednesday. That's for Wednesday. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. So what happened is she went, but we were questioning the wisdom of her attendance because we're saying she doesn't know anything about security or military matters. Not only that, we have a Minister of National Security. We have a Minister of State for National Security. We have the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, who's a well-decorated former military man. And so we were thinking that if anybody would go, it would be him. But he didn't go. She went. Here's, let me move that. So somebody sent this to me and they said, if the government of Jamaica was not invited to this conference, then who signed the declaration on behalf of Jamaica? Minister Kamina Smith. Now the Jamaican government was invited. But look at it. It's called the America's Counter Cartel Conference. What does she know about any of this? Joint Security Declaration, March 5th. And it says here, the ministers of defense and security are their counterparts and the heads of delegation participating in the America's Counter Cartel Conference. 1, reaffirming our strong security and defense relationships based on a shared commitment to peace, sovereignty, and security in the Western Hemisphere. 2, respecting the sovereignty of each of our nations, consistent with existing bilateral agreements and the laws of our respective countries. and recognizing the strategic importance of enhancing cooperation among partners aligned with a common interest in a safe and secure Western Hemisphere, that we declare our intent to expand our cooperation, to expand the cooperation in these areas: border security, narco-terrorism and trafficking, securing critical infrastructure and other areas, and advance peace through strength, and join a coalition to combat narco-terrorism. Signed in Doral, March 4th, 5th, in the English and Spanish language. Now, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense or War, he signed off on. But here it is, Jamaica right here, Office of the Prime Minister. I don't know whose signature that is. Right here. It's not the Prime Minister's signature. Here it is right here. This. No, sorry. This one right here. Yeah. I don't know. But that's where I believe that's where she said she was going. So I don't know. Kev, what do you think about that?
Listen, I found it quite fascinating, and the person that sent the message that asked if it who go and represent the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I was like, wait a minute. So there was a proxy?
Yeah.
We do that? And then what is that actually her signature, Audrey Marks' signature?
I have to go back and check the signature though. But if I know she said she was going, and there's absolutely no reason for her to go. She has zero knowledge about, that terrorism matters. Zero.
Could it be really zero though? Being a former ambassador, some of these things you would be privy to at least a little bit of it.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going on here, but it just shows the type of government we have.
I do agree. She's not the representative to go. I do agree with that part. Definitely not.
It reminds me, Kev, I have to play this video here. It reminds me, and then this kind of let us segue into the videos that OT and Joan took care of. Then we can deal with the subject matter from that. But I think this is a good entree.
Sometimes the smartest people do the most idiotic of things. Why is it that an expert in one field can look like a fool in another? Well, according to the philosopher Nathan Ballantyne, it might be down to something called epistemic trespassing. Epistemic trespassing is when an expert in one field thinks that they are an expert in another. So if you are good at coding, at astrophysics or medicine, you imagine that you are good at politics, at sociology or at anthropology. Epistemic trespassing is when a tech billionaire who thinks that because he is successful in one industry, he can solve a complex geopolitical crisis. Or it's when a brilliant physicist believes that their mastery of maths makes them an authority on public health. Ballantyne argues that those who are well qualified and who have decades of earned experience often have a kind of intellectual pride or halo effect that blinds them to their own boundaries. Of course, some subjects overlap and there are transferable skills, but Ballantyne argues that to avoid trespassing, we should calibrate our knowledge when we approach other fields. In other words, we need to be less sure of ourselves and more willing to bow to others who know better. As Plato Socrates put it, the beginning of wisdom is knowing how limited your knowledge is. And in a world of loud opinions, we need to recognize that just because somebody is a genius in one area, that doesn't make them an authority in another.
There you go. And we played this video on Wednesday, and we were asking, who comes to mind in the Jamaican Parliament? And Professor, I'm telling you, you wouldn't be shocked by the responses. They started at the top, and of course, they started at the top, and then it got to the point where people say, all of them. And it's true. It's true. Ransford McLean, I'm looking at what he said. I think that one of Conjo's signatures on his currency signs, percentage. Megawatts at Tufton and the rest, you know. All right, so now that we've set the stage, I said these are the people running the government, the people who are actually square pegs trying to fit in a round hole, and it's not working, and we just continue to allow them to do it, and they're not going to stop. But some of us don't know what's going on, and that's our job, to enlighten you, to educate you, to uplift you. And we're going to do that now. Which one of the videos? Which one is this? Is this the first one?
Yeah, this is the first one that needs to.
We had a good relationship from your days at the OPM.
Wait, where's it playing?
Yep.
It's
And
playing.
Yes, they'll stop it.
we had a session with the committee
My side
already
is behind yours.
Oh,
during the supplementary.
Yeah, it needs to just drag it over for me.
okay. Like that?
Put it over on in
No.
in the studio. Yeah. So you can add it to the stage, yeah.
I don't see it now.
No man. Just add it to the stage. Add it to the backstage so you can add it to the stage.
All right, hold on a second.
Yeah. Close that out. Because remember, when we're streaming, my live feed to your computer is behind. It's delayed.
Okay, hold on. I don't see it on my video screen. It's not here.
When you
Let
add
me
it,
drag it over. I don't see it now. Oh, wait. It's right here. I drag it over here. Are you seeing it?
yeah, it's the one that says, oh, you have too many.
Hold on.
Come on, close that.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, close that video player. It came up by accident. Just close it.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me close this and then go to the videos were just here a while ago.
Yeah, just to add the video. And it is 1 PAAC.
Okay. Oh, wait, sorry.
It's still a work in progress, people, but I'm doing much better. I promise.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, here it is. All right. Let me just move some of this stuff here.
We had a good relationship from your days at OPM, at CDF, and we had a session. You had a session with the committee already, brief one, during the supplementary estimates, and we thank you for responding this morning. And I would just say we had a little bit of a hiccup in terms of normally have been. So what we typically do when we would give a heads up of some specific sort of status report of the National Rural School Bus Program.
All right. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to start with the National Rural School Bus Program. And 1 second. There's no way we can start the National Rural School Bus Program without this. All right, because folks, and just bear with us. We're probably not going to get through all the topics because there's so much to talk about regarding this rural school bus program. And what you're going to hear is this. You are going to hear misinformation, disinformation. And as the Minister of Education would say, flat out lies. And you're going to hear the lies coming out of the mouths of these folks. We don't have to do any analysis for you. All we have to do is just show you what they're saying and then show you what they've said. Apparently, they believe we live in a world where technology is absent. So they believe they just say whatever they want to say, and it's not captured, it's not recorded. And so 6 months later, they can say something else, and you can't make a comparison. You are going to hear regarding the rural school bus program, you're going to hear some remarkable things. Remarkable in the sense that they're trying to portray that this is a very noble program. And it is. That's not the problem. The problem is the implementation. How do you bring this program to life? How do you make it a reality where you serve the intended purpose, including value for money? So what you are going to witness now are lies, more lies, and more, as we say in Jamaica, more upon plenty. Lies on top of lies on top of lies on top of lies. They can't get the story straight. Now, this lady, the new permanent secretary in the ministry, I feel for her. She, in her demeanor, she appears to be well-meaning, thoughtful, considerate, charming, bright. She has a very easy demeanor. But you'll see that she's trying to, some degree, distance herself from everything that's going on, and she'll defer to the manager of the program, former Police Commissioner Ellington. And there's some things that she said, and I know she was spoon-fed this because she's relatively new. I think she got that job within the last, I don't know, since the beginning of this year, I believe. And it's a very difficult position for her. And so that's on one hand. What you're also going to hear, and I was a little bit disappointed that the opposition, they were not prepared as much as they could have, or as well as they could have. They some of the questions that they asked, if they were paying attention to this issue, they wouldn't ask those questions. They'd ask different questions. But nevertheless, they asked questions and answers came. And answers came like a flood. And we're so thankful for that because now we can say, now we see how the lie was packaged. But you know what? Enough of my commentary. Here we go.
And after that, we will, if you within that you may cover the specific questions or not, and then I'll open the floor to members to interrogate your team with specifics. So over to you. Welcome again, and over to you, PS.
Another thing. This topic is going to merge with the topic about the speaker, Mrs. Holness. If you notice, she's not sitting in the speaker's chair because this is a committee within Parliament. She's speaker for the House. But she's going to make an appearance here. And I guarantee you that you're going to be turned off. But don't tune out. You're going to be turned off by her behavior. But you have to sit and go through this so that it is seared in your brain that this lady is trying to project an image of strength and leadership, but she has failed. You will see miserably.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. So I have with me CTD Wilson Cross from the Ministry of Energy, Transportation and Telecommunication. I have Managing Director Owen Ellington from the JUTC. I have CTD Vanessa Williams-Smith from the Ministry of Energy, Transportation and Telecommunication. And behind me, I have Deputy Managing Director Marcia A. Hamilton, responsibilities for finance and corporate planning, and Deputy Managing Director Barrington Brown, engineering and technical services. And you know I'm Kadisha Campbell-Rochester, Permanent Secretary in Met.
And they're Deputy Managing Directors of the JUTC.
JUTC, sir.
Proceed.
I will give a background. However, Mr. Ellington will give the status update on, and I believe the background is widely known. However, having been asked, I will proceed. The National Rural School Bus was established as a policy initiative of the government of Jamaica. Having established that policy initiative, the JUTC was mandated to implement, manage the system, leveraging its operational experience in fleet management, scheduling, and routine planning. To support the program, buses were procured by the ministry at the time, Science, Energy, Telecommunication, and Transportation, that is before Science left the ministry, and subsequently retrofitted to meet safety and operational compliance standards, ensuring that they are fit for purpose within the Jamaican transport environment. The National Rural Support School Bus System was formally launched on September 8th, 2025. Over to you, Managing Director.
Thank you, PS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee. Good morning, everyone. At the risk of repeating just a few of the things PS has said, I'll give an operational update on the Rural School Bus Program. This program was launched in September of 2025 in Phase 1. And Phase 1 involves the acquisition, retrofitting, equipment.
I have to stop the manager there, Mr. Owen Ellington. Said the program was launched in September and they're just going through Phase 1. Mr. Ellington, I know you're watching the program. I want you to take a look at this. See that? Pilot rural school bus system rolls out in September. I think you said it rolled out in September. But look at the year. Right here. Big this up for me there, Kevin, please.
Oh, boy.
And while you do that, Kevin, see if you can find the video, the one that the 2015 video with the PNP. Okay. Look at the date, people. That's 2017. Mr. Wemnian, the former police, Ellington, he just said that they're just going through phase 1 now, and the program started in September. He forgot that his government, rolled out a program, the same. See there, pilot rural school bus system rolls out September 2017. Look at this, people. And we know those 3 folks, they're no strangers to us. They're not strangers. This lady, she's in law school now after escaping the surcharge action. This gentleman is being prosecuted for a host of financial crimes. And then this gentleman right here, he was before the commission. The video you're watching, that's Mr. Dean Roy Bernard. He's now a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender and Entertainment. These two, the lady and this gentleman right here, they were responsible for $120 million. It didn't disappear. It just went to a place where it shouldn't have gone, and the government did not get value for money. In fact, the government didn't get a cent, couldn't recover a cent. The money's gone, 120 million. So in 2017, he's over at the Ministry of Education, and you need to take a look at this, folks. They said that, look at this. Students from 91 primary, and secondary schools in 8 parishes across the island would benefit from this. And look at the sum, 200 million for the first year of the pilot. And they go on to say that they're going to have dialogue with members of the diaspora. I don't know why. They think that if the diaspora is going to pay for that, and international partners towards expanding the project. Now, here's the thing. I don't hear anybody asking about this program. So from 2017, you got 200 million for the first year. What happened to that money? What happened the second year? Show us the evidence. Nobody's asking questions. Nobody. And Mr. Ellington, I don't know if it's conveniently or he's just ignorant of the fact, but he failed to mention that there was a program here in 2017 under this government. The program actually started in earnest no, I better not say it because that's a question. No, I better not say it. I caught myself, Professor. I caught myself. Okay. Anyway, and they say path students will significantly contribute, or it will help them. And here's one of the things they said. They said, look, we entered into contractual arrangements with private operators, and that's one of the things on there saying, oh, we don't want to do that, but they were doing it then, and they were also doing it with the Jamaica Urban Transit Company, and they're going all over the place. But there's something else I want to show you. See this? The objectives still the same. Provision of a safe mode of transportation, scheduled transportation for targeted schools, affordable transportation for students, and improving the attendance of students in rural areas. Now, we haven't heard much about this program. Here it is right here, 2017. So we don't know if the program ever took off. We haven't seen any buses. And remember now what they said right here. 91 primary and secondary schools were going to benefit from this program. The first phase, the pilot, the first phase, 91 schools. And we haven't seen one bus. We don't know where the money went. We don't know if students were paying, if this was completely free. We don't know. And nobody's asking questions. Let me remove it. Let's continue with the misrepresentations.
General servicing and deployment of 110 buses to the JUTC fleet to be operated in the rural school bus program. The JUTC established within its structure a depot known as the Rural School Bus Depot, and it has a management team, supervisory team, and a workforce in total of 154. It involved the recruitment, training, sensitization, and deployment of staff across 13 rural parishes that are served by the Rural School Bus Program. And the service has been in operation in phase 1A. It involved 60 buses. By the end of phase 1, which is phase 1B, there were a total of 110 buses operating daily in the fleet. In the early stages, our assessment of students being carried by the service based on a pilot project was that...
Stop it right there, so. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said, folks? Hear what he said? Let me just take you back a little bit.
It involved the recruitment, training, sensitization, and deployment of staff across 13 rural parishes that are served by the Rural School Bus Program. And the service has been in operation in phase 1A. It involved 60 buses. By the end of phase 1, which is phase 1B, there were a total of 110 buses operating daily in the fleet.
You hear that? 110 buses operating daily in the fleet. How is that possible when the minister said we only have 82 buses? How is that possible when the minister said at best we will get 100 buses because we have to keep 10 in reserve? In the event that we have to replace, a bus because of mechanical failure or accident or whatever, how did he get 110 operating in the fleet?
Yeah, that must not matter.
Eh?
That must not matter.
That must not arithmetic in. It's not working. It's not working. They get 110. He says 110. By the way, hold on there. Hold on. This gentleman here, hold on there. We have the one, Kevin, we don't have the, hold on. The one where Minister Vaz is talking about, there's a picture of him. It's a video. There's a picture of him talking about the number of buses, saying that we're going to get some on this, and they will all be by the end of July, they'll all be there. Let's listen some more to Mr. Ellington.
In the early stages, our assessment of students being carried by the service based on a pilot project was that it carried 16,000 children per day. Later on, as we were able to deploy more buses in the fleet and reduce overcrowding, we are assessing that down to 14,000 children per day.
Hey, Kevin, I like this one. Just for once, the maths is Englishing.
But you just said something a while ago.
Go ahead.
Where the more buses to be added coming from?
From 2017.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
From 2017. Okay.
5 school days per week. And on weekends, the buses are taken out for scheduled maintenance, deep cleaning, etc. The service has been delivered free of cost to children up until the end of January. Since the beginning of February, we have commenced applying the electronic fare payment system, and that is in its infancy stage, so there are some issues we are contending with. We have received early feedback from the Ministry of Education on the impact of the service on student transport. We have been advised that there is a significant improvement in student attendance in rural schools, significant reduction in truancy. The safety reports have been very impressive so far. Students have been transported to and from.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. He said students are traveling in safety and comfort and everything is nice. Mr. Ellington, come around here, sir, please. Take a look at this. Student pushed from bus. You remember that one? We're not even talking about the accidents now. Student was pushed from the bus. Suffered, sustained injuries, serious injuries. Could have been killed.
And we had the pictures of the little girl too,
It says
with the injuries.
It says JUTCR says investigations are still ongoing into the circumstances that led to a female student being reportedly thrown from a moving yellow school bus in St. Mary earlier this month. The incident reportedly left the schoolgirl, said to be a 14-year-old Marymount High School student from Buff Bay in Portland, with injuries to her knees and face and unable to walk for nearly 2 weeks. Yet, and this happened, but what the date of this? December. And yet you show up this week and you say, no, everything is fine and dandy. We have videos we can show you with the buses involved in all kinds of accidents. But we'll let you continue.
From school safely, and they now have a predictable, reliable, safe, and obviously affordable service that they can use. And that's the basic outline of the status in terms of phase one of the implementation of the rural school bus system. We'll take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Before the questions, no, Professor, you're going to get really involved when you listen to the questions and the answers. But I just want to say, Mr. Ellington is a very distinguished person. You could tell that he's a professional in his delivery. Not about the truthfulness or the accuracy of what he's saying, but just the way he delivers things. He delivers things in a very charming way, kind of disarming way. He doesn't come at you. He sits there and he delivers. And I like his style. I like the personality that's coming through. I like it. But what he's saying, the substance of what he's saying, is not matching up to who we're looking at. Now, some of you may say, well, Ratty, this man, there are some things about, I heard the stuff, but I don't want to judge him on that because I have no independent knowledge of what took place there. But I have independent knowledge of this. I'm witnessing this. And actually, I watched this live and I've watched it several times since. Professor, prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
I use the chairman's prerogative and just ask a couple of questions. But first, just for clarification, because your status review was very brief. You're saying there's a division within the JUTC that operates the school bus program or the rural school bus program as discrete from the regular JUTC operations.
That is correct, Chair. It's a depot.
A depot, yeah. and a discrete staffing allocation.
That is correct. Chair.
So in the public bodies book, you showed a substantial increase in your costs, in your staff costs, and some anticipated.
Let's remove this and go to the second one. This is the second one here.
Okay. I really would like you to tell us how this rural bus system fits in within the overall transportation policy. And it's hard to isolate one from the other. And at the risk of Mr. Clark saying I'm using my constituency as an example, but in deep rural areas like my constituency, the population density is very low. And it is challenging to maintain one transportation system, to have enough passengers to support one transportation system, much less to have two transportation systems. Because in these areas, students might represent between a third or over 50% of potential passengers to the general system. So could you locate in terms of how the rural student transportation system will integrate into the overall transportation system? And the second element of this question is many schools, many rural schools, Monroe, Manchester High, many of these schools have extensive dedicated bus systems already that, bring students from, in the case of Monroe, from all different parts of St. Elizabeth, even as far as Mandeville. And how do you see this rural bus program integrating with the private bus operators that serve these schools now?
Chair, I would like to add to your question.
First thing, the chair is asking the permanent secretary of the ministry and the manager, is asking them about how do you incorporate, this rural school bus into the existing bus system. He's asking them questions because he's saying, look, I live in an area where we don't have a lot of people living there. And so we have problems even, filling up the buses that pass through our area. And now you're going to have a school bus, dedicated school bus coming through, and we don't have enough people, enough children. And you hear a voice. That is not the voice from the team. You're going to see who it is in a second, but that is not the voice from the team. This person inserted herself into the conversation without being recognized by the chair. Look, let me just go back a little bit right there. Here we go.
To add to your question, as it relates to your question,
that serve these schools now.
Chair, I would like to add to your question as it relates to the integration. I have a concern. My own constituency is very different from yours. There is not one bus that any school has. And most of my kids are on bike backs, sometimes 2, 3, 4 of them trying to get to and from school. So the rural bus system has been extremely beneficial for East Rural St. Andrew. Taxi operators, bus operators who are private go for higher income first. And I have seen for myself 30, 40 students packed in a little van in the back of the taxis, hanging out on a regular basis. Last year, we had an accident in Dublin where children coming from Louise Bennett Coverley School and St. Martin de Porres School, I visited them at UWI Hospital because all of them were packed in a private bus, and that private bus was not even properly licensed and the driver had no driver's license. So I hear sometimes the concern about a government-operated system of transport that is supposed to be a social good, a benefit to citizens of the country, where we're always talking about how the loss. We need to establish what is a reasonable loss, because a loss is what it is going to operate at. And particularly as it relates to our children, I, as a mother, find it very critical that we safeguard the well-being of our children at school, and we should not be looking at thinking for a moment that privatized arrangements should supersede what the government is doing for the children.
She seems to forget that in 2017, they had this same government had private operators. She seemed to forget that. And she also talking about reasonable loss. Madam Speaker, I call your attention to 3 trillion. Is it 3 trillion? 3 trillion unaccounted funds. Mm-hmm. Don't talk to us about reasonable loss. Please, Professor.
You mentioned that, one, she wasn't acknowledged by the chair.
No, she was not.
And 2, that she wasn't even supposed to be talking about this.
She's a member, right? However, you just don't speak freely in these meetings. To your first point, you must be acknowledged by the chair. You must, and I'm kind of surprised that the chair allowed her to make her point. Instead of saying, with all due respect, you're not recognized, I'm asking questions over here, we will get to you. He didn't do it.
You're assuming that the chair knows what the chair is supposed to do.
Well, you'll see. The chair knows what and that is why I'm saying that it's one thing when you know what you're supposed to do and then you don't do it, because he's going to make an argument later on saying that I didn't recognize you, but you spoke. And I'm saying, no, you can't do this. If you didn't recognize her, she's not supposed to speak. Civics, people, civics. This is just simple procedure. Simple house procedures.
So she bad man up the people them meeting.
It gets worse. It gets worse. Watch.
I notice you jumped the line of persons who might have questions.
You hear him? I noticed you jumped the line of people might have questions. He's supposed to stop her and said, no, I'm asking questions over here and you're interjecting. Please wait to be recognized. That's all. But what happened? He allowed her to get away with it, and it's going to snowball. People, you won't believe some of the things she's going to say to the chair. Very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. She wouldn't tolerate it being in the chair. She wouldn't. But she's doing it to this person sitting in the chair. She's doing it to Mr. Bunting.
Persons who might have questions, but I'd like to. Yeah, I was trying to turn on the mic for Mr. Ellington, but because everybody had on their mic at the time. But I'm trying to understand the policy. There may be different policies for different parishes, because there are different situations that exist across parishes and across constituencies. So I'm just trying to understand how in the national transportation policy, how the rural school bus system fits in, nationally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the first question, the policy position of the Ministry of Transport, as outlined to us at the JUTC, is that the government intends to provide a safe, reliable, affordable mode of transportation for rural school children who were assessed to be disproportionately disadvantaged in terms of access to reliable services. And it was well known that in many rural parts, the services, irregular as they were very costly and at times excluded children from boarding buses in favor of adults who paid more for fares. And so the rural school bus program is not intended to compete unfairly with private operators in the public passenger transport system, but instead to provide a service which closes a gap, an access gap for rural children. And so the experience we have had in running the service out there is that there's not much pushback from the private operators. In fact, there is a kind of understandable coexistence between the rural school bus and the private operators of PPV. And we are carrying the children in large number in a very orderly,
Remove him. Put this on.
Consistent, reliable, affordable, and safe transportation on a regular basis. And this is the gap that the rural school bus program is.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was, so as I got the files, there were 2 part 2s. There's a longer part 2, which is beside this.
Yeah, I see it. I think this is, it's.
Yeah, so use
three,
that,
and then
continue.
4. Yeah, I see it.
Use the other part 2 to continue what you were saying.
So should I continue with this?
No, go to the other part 2 and then skip forward to about minute 6:50.
The other part 2. All right, let me move this one. Can't move that.
Okay.
This one.
Right.
I really would like you to tell us how this rural bus system fits in within the overall transportation policy.
All right.
And it's hard to isolate one from the other, using my constituency as an example. Schools, many rural schools, Monroe, Manchester High, many of these schools.
And I have seen for myself,
No, this is
30, 40 students packed in a little.
Hold on, let me move that. You know what? Let me just play it.
After that.
No, this is
can
one.
remove.
This one I can't remove.
I really would like you to tell us how.
No, I can.
This rural.
Yeah, this is the same thing. It's twice.
A loss is what it is.
Yeah, one is extended.
We are carrying the children in
second
large
one.
number in a very orderly.
It's the second one that we need, because this one is extended. So let's go ahead and
This one.
On their mic at the time, but I'm trying to understand
so
the policy.
Advances.
There may be different
This
policies for different
has a lot more
parishes,
material there.
because
No, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Who were assessed to be.
Doesn't matter. You can move both of it. Let me just move this.
To close.
Okay.
Mrs. Holness's remarks are more commentary on a situation in a certain demographics. We understand that. One of the reasons why we are not able to fully serve those communities is because of the type of roads, the road conditions, and therefore
All right, so you're done with this one.
next acquisition
No.
of buses for the program, we have actually earmarked a reasonable number of buses that are going to be of the smaller type.
My apologies.
And constructed, designed to mount those rural, marginal roadways. So,
folks, I hope you pay attention to what he's saying. He's saying all the things that should have gone into consideration before purchasing the school buses. He's
Well,
not
these particular buses. These particular buses.
Yes. He's saying the roads are bad and this and that and that and that. And I'm like, no. That should have been part of your assessment. You don't come now and tell us about this and nobody's asking him questions. Well,
those are serious considerations which are being pursued. Thank you, sir.
And you seem to have anticipated that my question had something to do with me being against subsidies. I absolutely have no objection to subsidies. In fact, the entire JUT system is essentially 90% job subsidized. If you look at the budgets in the public bodies, for every $1 they collect in revenue, they lose $9. So it's a 90% subsidized system as it exists today, not just for students, but for every rider of the JUTC. So it is already effectively a 90% subsidized system. So I have a list of persons, and I just want to, because, you know, with everybody's mics on, it's difficult to, once I press on, it turns on everybody. So, right, but what happens is sometimes I'm turning off different mics.
So for the, yes, and Mr.
Well,
suggestion is a good one.
Good morning.
All the persons who are representing should leave their mics on. That's the only limitation. So like Mr. Ellington, PS, just leave their mics on.
Yeah, but
for here, it is in the order.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
I'm following what you said. You're on the floor, Mr.
So I
Clark.
don't trust
no, but
Chairman's
we are here to
trust
discuss
it.
the matter.
I don't trust it. And my experience is that he's biased.
you hear that? You hear that? She said, I don't trust it. And my experience is that he
is biased. But don't trust what? What she don't trust? I missed that.
She doesn't trust the system because he's not using the microphone system. He's having issues with it. So I guess he's reaching out and using a different method of identifying and acknowledging people. And so she's saying, essentially, she doesn't trust his way of identifying people. Plus, he's biased. Listen to this. So I'm telling you, this is despicable behavior. Listen to this.
I'm follling what you said. You're on the floor, Mr.
So
Clark.
I don't trust
No, but we are here to discuss the matter.
I don't trust it. And my experience is that he's biased. Yes, that's my experience.
Mr. Clark, please.
So
what
happened?
Now, Mr. You see, for example, now I'm going to the next mic. 2 mics have been turned on.
You probably
this is why the way we have been producing.
You have to turn them on one at a time. So
no, I don't turn them on one at a time.
So for you to have 2 mics on, it means you would have pressed twice.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah, because all of them don't.
Once you only press once and it turn one mic.
You know,
on
Mrs. Holness, we were having no problems in this committee in how we were proceeding. In all the last meetings, you were absent. We were proceeding on the basis that I was recognizing the members as they caught my eye, and there was no challenge, right?
And I tell you what, people, that is in the standing orders. Because the standing orders, they were created decades ago. So they didn't envision a microphone system like this.
Right.
And so what it says
Line them up.
in there, it says it in the standing orders. I've read it. It says that the speaker of the chair or the chairman of the committee, that he will acknowledge people as based on they use the word caught by his eye, something like that. If he catch them, eyesight, if he visually observes them raising their hand or whatever, then he can acknowledge them. She's now coming into the meeting and she's telling him that you need to use this microphone system, and then you're gonna hear she's gonna say some ridiculous things, and she's gonna be challenged based on the standing orders, and she's gonna be proven to be wrong. And yet she wants to be strong. Watch, people.
When you are in the chair, you run it. When I'm in the chair, I will present.
But Mr. Chair, why you have a microphone system if you're going to do that?
Mr. Clark, you are next on my list. Then
Thank
Mr.
you very
Newell,
much, Mr. Chairman.
and then
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Dawes.
as you're well aware, even in the first world countries, public transportation is heavily subsidized at all times.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Chair, I would just like to know what system we're operating. I don't just, Mr.
Chairman, if you continue to press the button more than once,
operating on. The microphone system provides fairness.
Look, everybody is turning on their mics. Some people unintentionally turn off their mic. I'm proceeding. I'm recognizing members in this order, all right? I am now recognizing Mr. Clark, then it's Mr. Newell, Dr. Dawes, and Mrs. Holness, and then Mr. Williams. No, you are not the first person. Mr. Clark, please proceed. Your mic is on. You don't wish to speak anymore?
You must use the system of the mic because it shows fairness.
Mr. Clark, are you going to speak or not?
No, don't assist me. You're not the chair, please.
All right, you see the sidebar going on between Nikisha Burchell and Mr. Heroy Clark. Ms. Burchell just made her appearance. She just arrived. And she's trying to pacify, the whole thing. She's trying to get them to go along, to get along. And, the insults are being hurled. It gets crazy.
Please. No, she's rude. Damn rude to discuss.
You hear that?
You're proceeding, Mr. Clark?
Hold on, you hear what you said? You hear what the Prime Minister's wife...
Back that up, please, bro.
She's rude, and she's damn rude. That's simply because Nikisha Burchell was speaking to Mr. Clark to tell him to go ahead and speak. And he said, I don't need no assistance. I don't need any assistance from you. And then she said, she's rude. She's damn rude too. This is behavior that should not be countenanced. And I'm surprised that the chairman, Mr. Bunting, just no. Here we go.
Clark, are you going to speak or not?
No, don't assist me. You're not the chair, please. Please.
No, she's rude. Damn rude to disgusting.
Yeah?
You're proceeding, Mr. Clark? All right. Mr. Newell, Mr. Clark doesn't seem to intend to go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to the team from the ministry. And
this guy Newell is a bright guy, and Professor, he's watching our program. You'll see, he's studying the standing rules. He's studying the standing rules.
You didn't speak when your mic was on. Proceed, Mr. Newell.
Right.
Well, you are accustomed to doing that to them, so, all right. Mr. Newell, please proceed. The mic was on, I recognized you, and you refused to speak. The mic was on, you refused to speak after I recognized you. You've lost your turn. You have lost your turn. Mr. Newell, please proceed.
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I will not give Mr. Newell the right to speak.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You don't give anybody the right to
that
speak.
is not your right to give.
You don't give anybody the right to speak.
I was before.
You were before you were recognized. You refused to speak.
You are the chairman rather than chairing the meeting. You have to turn over that question. One. And two, you're now trying to take away my right as a person to speak and give it to another member. No, Mr. Chairman.
I recognized you and you refused to speak. Now that your mic is off, you're ready to speak?
If you give me the right to speak, no. Before Mr. Juliet, I will speak.
Chairman.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
See, you don't yield to that kind of behavior. He's
exactly
gave him the right to speak. He said, speak. The man refused to speak. And then when he felt like speaking, then he said, okay, I want to talk now. And then he yielded to that. It's a kind of behavior. It's a bunting, man. No, man, you need to stiffen your spine. You need to stiffen your spine. These people they're gonna run all over you.
In every country, including first world country, public transportation is heavily subsidized. More so, a situation as this where we are dealing with children. There are schools who, because of the situation that they had before, that they would have gone into private negotiation or agreement with private transportation to transport kids. That does not say that at this time that the government is putting in place a system that they will not gladly accept a situation as that. Mr. Chairman, when you take, for example, the western section of Jamaica, transportation to and from school sometimes is very dangerous. So, for example, Westmoreland, you have what you call the bike taxis. And that one bike that is to transport 2 persons at any given time will take 6, including 5 children and the rider. Mr. Chairman, that is not accepted, should not be accepted, but it's the reality. Now that the government is introducing a rural school bus system, I think we should appreciate and accept. There are going to be flaws, we can iron them out. Mr. Chairman, the private person is doing this for a profit. That does not say that the government should renege on their duties and say, okay, it is only for private people only. They have a duty to provide. When you look at schools in Montego Bay, high schools in Montego Bay, for example, in St. James, for example, in one constituency, South St. James, you have at least 3 high schools.
All right, let me move this. And then, which one I go to now, Kevin? This one here?
Routes. Do you have geospatial data? Are you taking into consideration
This one, yeah?
routes? Do you have geospatial
of the rural school bus system? You also have some stories that you hear that is unbelievable. You have what you call, Mr. Chairman, no pocket D&M something. It is a story that I would have to tell you about it outside of this meeting. But Mr. Chairman, we must welcome the situation here now. I am asking.
Do you have a question, Mr. Clark, for the officials?
Are you aware, Mr. Chairman?
You have a question for me?
I am speaking through the chairman to the official, if you don't understand.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the technocrats that are here. Are you aware, Mr. Chairman, that since this rural school bus system has been introduced, that a lot of all that nuances have been cut out or minimized? I am somebody that is on the ground. I don't know about you. I am on the ground.
You're asking the officials.
I am asking you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, you're asking
to ask the question.
Right, you're asking.
And I'm doing it the formal way, through you to the technical.
Right, and I don't know which one of the officials wants to respond to that. You see,
Officials.
Answer that, yes, we're aware. A simple answer is yes, we're aware, and we have gotten some statistics from the Ministry of Education.
All right, Mr. Newell.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't turn the mic off. I'm still appealing.
It's okay, it's all good.
Thank you, Chair. Just before, because, and if I have to establish it at every meeting, I will establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement for a long time.
No, but you're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already.
See what happened? No, he made this speech, asked a question through the chair of the officials, got his answer, and now he's telling the man behind him that he must ask a question. The man is saying, he's getting ready to make a statement. And he's telling him that, no, you must ask questions. He's not the chair. He's the deputy chair in the House of Parliament, but not deputy chair for the PAAC. And this is how they push their weight around. And if you don't lean into the wind with these people, you're going to get blown over. And I see it happening right here with Mr. Bunting. And people just stay with me, because when we get to the end of this, you're going to see somebody trying to scold him like a child.
You're not going to bully me. Yeah. So, Chairman, my questions will be based on 73. Will be based on 73A of the PAAC.
Good.
I am not here for any pony show, that horse and pony show with nobody. I am here to deal with the business of the people. And what 73A empowers this committee to do, which is to examine budgetary expenditure, to monitor expenditure as it occurs, and to inquire into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to efficiency. That is what I am here to do.
Well,
and so I have some questions for the ministry based on that. No, but before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar. And that isn't necessary in a place like this, as a gentleman.
All right,
Chairman.
Let's go to the question. No, well, if you would keep quiet, we could conduct the work of the committee.
Chairman,
you spoke for like 5 minutes in a statement before I asked you for the question. Just allow Mr. Newell to lay the foundation for his question.
My mother watching, she wouldn't be proud of me talking while here I talking. All right, so the PS mentioned earlier, Chairman, that the ministry, so I support the ideals, a reliable, efficient public transportation system that is affordable and safe. It was mentioned earlier that the JUTC is implementing and managing the system, but that the ministry procured the buses. Is it the norm for does the ministry generally procure buses for the JUTC's fleet?
Definitively, yes.
So that
not only the rural school bus, but other buses in the fleet.
Was the JUTC consulted in terms of the decision on whether the buses would be new or used for this particular program?
No, they could not be consulted because it was an unsolicited proposal that the ministry received.
So the policy was in response to an unsolicited proposal? Yeah.
No,
was the policy in response to an unsolicited proposal?
No,
PS,
no,
don't
sir.
keep turning off your mic.
Yeah.
Just keep on your mic.
Okay, no.
So the policy was there ahead of the unsolicited proposal?
Yes, sir.
So the ministry had intended to implement a rural school bus system and to procure buses for same?
Yes, sir.
Was there any consideration of whether the buses to be procured would have been new or used for this system?
The consideration started out as being new. However, based on the unsolicited proposal, they were used buses, and we accepted that.
Would it have been prudent to, since the ministry has an agency that is in the business of managing a large fleet and dealing with the issues involved, would it have been prudent to get some advice from the agency before deciding whether new or used buses would have been, because an unsolicited proposal is not something that binds you. It is a proposal. So I just want to know whether it would have been prudent to get some advice from the agency that has the experience, institutional knowledge in terms of operating and maintaining large public transportation, large public transportation fleet.
What I can say at this point in time is that the JUTC assessed the unsolicited proposal. Was it always the intention of the ministry to roll out this program in September 2025? I would not say given that timeline, but what I will say, it was always the intention of the ministry to roll out a rural school bus system. Actually, it was supposed to be rolled out from 2023.
So you were behind in terms of when you had intended to roll out?
Yes, sir.
So the unsolicited proposal, was any opinion sought from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, for example, which had experience implementing a used vehicle program for their fleet?
No.
In terms of the monthly cost of maintenance, has any study been done to see how that compares to the fleet that the JUTC has? So year one on acquisition of a JUTC bus, traditionally, has any study been done to see how the maintenance costs for this fleet compare to that?
I think you're talking about life cycle costs.
Yes.
But I'm going to invite Mr. Ellington, then I'm going to ask you to pause because you've gone through a number of parts to your question. So I'm going to ask you to pause after the life cycle costs, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Dawes and then Mr. Williams. In reformulating Mr. Newell's question, he wants to understand the life cycle costs of operating new versus used vehicles.
In understanding the life cycle, is there a study being done versus new versus old? No.
The answer to that is no, we're not doing one for comparison, but the fact is newer buses cost less to maintain in the initial years in the fleet. The older the buses get, it is the more that they cost to maintain on an annual basis, because you go now into scheduled maintenance, scheduled replacement or rebuilding of components. So it wouldn't be, you wouldn't get the best results by comparing the maintenance cost per year for brand new buses with 10-year-old buses.
P.S., you wanted to add?
I wanted to make a point that it should be noted that we're not paying maintenance costs on the bus now. That is included in the contract.
For how long? For how long?
Up to March 31st of this
Of 2026?
month. Yes, sir. So from the buses that have been operating, we're not paying maintenance costs.
For the first year?
For the first year.
Mr. Newell, I'm asking you to hold the questions to the next round, and I'm going to Dr. Dawes.
Thank you, Chair. You know, unfortunately, in my past life as a trauma surgeon, I saw the effects of the casualties from bike taxis. So this is something that has been dear to me. And on further interrogation of why we couldn't find a solution to get kids and adults, and a member from St. James is correct. Sometimes you do have you do have 6 people coming to hospital after a 2-bike collision. But what we found out was that in many instances, the reason why people are using the bike taxis is because the roads cannot allow for cars or buses to go into those areas. Now, how can you even if you're getting smaller buses, how can you solve for that issue with the bike taxis where it is the state of the roads why the people are forced to use bike taxis?
I think you're asking a reasonable question, but this is a multi-pronged approach in government. So it's not only the Ministry of Energy and Transport. We will have to do some consultation with the National Works Agency, looking at their road network. And based on my former, where I'm coming from, I know that consultations are currently happening now as to the amount of roads we have per kilometer. And that is something that has to be taken greatly into consideration, not with the Ministry of Transport alone. It has to be a cross-sector with ministries and how we move forward. So that question I could not answer immediately here, but if you want us to get a response as what will be done for schools that are located in communities that have no access via car or buses, and we can see, even we will have to do some consultation with the Ministry of Education. Will these schools remain? What will be the course going forward?
Okay. I understand.
Lovely woman. But she has no idea what she's talking about. She's drowning. She's drowning, Professor. She's drowning. I wish I could help her.
Yeah, it looked kind of painful.
It is painful.
She's so nice, though. She's so nice. She really.
Yeah, I like her personality or demeanor.
Yeah.
She doesn't have. She's not in control of the past.
She's not overbearing. You know, it's very calming. It's in that blue wave spectrum, you know.
No, here's proof that they've been watching our program. Watch.
Additionally, I want to point out, not to cut you, member, but that, you know, the Ministry of Education gives the route, provides the route to the JUTC.
Okay, hold on now. So let me see now. So where is the one after this? Because we have so many of them up here right now.
Which one was that? 3A?
3B.
Then you go into 4.
All right, let me see.
Data, are you taking into consideration migratory patterns? Is it a minimum number of students in a particular community where you would choose a route? And do you have pickup points or drop-off points where they would still have to take bike taxis or other private means of transportation when they're still taking these buses? Tell me about the routes.
The Ministry of Education provide the routes, and I can come back with further clarification as how the routes were chosen. But just based on my limited knowledge, I would think that accessibility is one. The amount of students that will be traversing the route could be a possible reason why they would have chosen the routes that they chose. There may be additional requirements. I could get that for you as to how the routes were chosen.
I think in my final question, Mr. Chair, I think that in your operations, you ought to have a dynamic assessment of the routes. We see where you can speak to the absolute number of children being transported, but are you solving a problem whereby you're taking the kids out of these unsafe vehicles? Or is it that they're using unsafe vehicles to get to a particular meetup point, and then they're counted in your numbers as being, rescued? So these are pertinent questions I believe that you should have, not just with the Ministry of Education, but find some other data points to see where your routes are and if it is sustainable, for one, and are you achieving your goals? Thanks.
Mr. Ellington, I think you could assist here because I think
respond to Member Dawes' question. The routes are determined through a process carried out in conjunction between the Ministry and the J Service Planning Department. takes into consideration road conditions, distributed routes, designated pickup points, designated drop-off points, to ensure that students from the far can be picked up. And so that one of the things that we did during what we called a route survey, after the routes were given to us, we did route survey with all different sizes of buses, and that was how we determined that some buses could possibly operate on certain routes.
That's not true, sir. Because we have videos and we have pictures of buses bottoming out. We have buses that can't turn a corner. We have buses that go down in a hole and can't come out. That's not true. That's not true.
Which route them do that survey?
Yeah,
That's what I wanted.
you're saying it as like an absolute. No, there may be some truth that they looked at some routes, but even if they looked at, let's say they looked at all the routes, then we have a bunch of idiots then. Because he just said, we looked at the routes to determine the sizes of the buses that could traverse that route. And yet, we have buses just can't make the corner, or they go down in a hole, they can't come. Mr. Ellington, please.
We also made recommendation through our ministry to the ministry with response.
By the way, Mr. Ellington, I have a question for you. A question. Did you go to China trying to secure buses for the rural school bus program before the government decided to purchase used school buses in America? Did you? And if you did, you need to come clean and tell us what happened. Tell us why. If you went, tell us why you went. Tell us the nature of the business you conducted while you were there, if you were there. And then you must tell us why is it that Jamaica didn't buy the school buses from China?
Chinese food tastes better in China.
Responsibility for roads to repair some roadways, do debushing, patch potholes, and in all of that, we have come up with situations where routes that smallest one now in the fleet, and hopefully it can take children along those routes. Thank you, sir.
It's now Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have two questions, but just listening to your response and to the member doors, I just have two additional questions to my initial.
Yes, sir.
All right, and therefore,
By the way, people,
I get from what you were saying that you are in.
this gentleman here, he's the man who's in business with the Prime Minister in a couple of companies. This is the man.
Wait, which one of the businesses?
I think he's the secretary in, I think, Estate Bridge and Estate Bridge, maybe not Estate Bridge, Imperium, one of those. But he's involved in business with the Prime Minister. This man right here.
Okay. Constant dialogue with the Ministry of Education. I do see the need in terms of rule to take it.
Yes.
All right. My first question is, I'm not sure if you have it, so if you don't have it, no problem. But I see that you're expanding in 2025, 26, 27. You're looking at from the routes that are currently existing. You would need.
Mr. Williams' question was, how many buses would you need to fill the gaps?
The gap.
In the areas that are currently being served?
In the areas that are currently being served.
500.
500. Okay. But all right, so in the additional purchase, you are putting some of these buses to existing routes.
Right.
As part of filling the gap, and then you're opening.
And we're adding new routes. But some of those routes, we have to add smaller buses based on the terrain and the size.
All right, so my last question is I know you said that the maintenance cost was captured in the 2025-2026.
Trouble. I don't know if there's too many mics on.
It's 45,640,000 per month.
You get to the numbers, man.
So just, Mr. Williams, there was a printed or a sheet circulated.
No, I saw that.
That's where the 45 million is coming from, I'm just telling you.
That was the amount captured in the purchase.
No,
or that's what you estimate to be currently.
As I understand, it's the amount that was actually spent, even though...
Chair, after we're finished, I would want...
Here we go.
The amount captured in the purchase.
No,
or that's what you estimate to be currently.
As I understand, it's the amount that was actually spent, even though it was covered by the vendors.
The chairman is correct.
Okay, thanks.
I have Mrs. Holness, but Mr. Morris, Mike was Mrs. Holness, then Mr. Morris.
You see, Mr. Morris's mic was ahead of Mrs. Holness. I mean, he said it, but apparently he's getting cold feet and he's getting jumpy. That is the chair, stubborn thing. And so it's almost like he's saying, look, I don't want to have an argument with her. So what I need to do is just let her speak. A big mistake, because she's going to say whatever she wants to say, whether she goes now or later. She's going now.
Mrs. Holness?
Listen to the disrespect.
Chair, after we're finished, I would want to move that we deal with some housekeeping issues.
You hear that? You hear that? That's when you're misbehaving and somebody's talking to you and say, listen, you know, when everybody's gone, I'll deal with you. I'll deal with you. I hope they take notes, and I hope they do the same thing in Parliament with her. When she's a speaker, I hope they raise the same thing and say, Chair, when this is over, we want to have some words with you.
Yeah,
or what?
Housekeeping.
They want, yeah, housekeeping. Watch, they won't do it.
First question, is any specialized training afforded to the persons who drive?
You know, and to be honest with you, she has some good questions. For somebody who doesn't really know the issues, she has some good questions.
And operate the school bus vis-a-vis what we would normally have utilized for the regular JUTC bus drivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So far more extensive training is done for those drivers. In terms of absenteeism, where either a driver just for whatever reason, not well, whatever, just has not turned up, what is the level of reserve that you have on hand to be able to still function at the optimal level? That's in terms of the drivers, and in terms of the...
All right. I'm glad, Sharon, you raised that point. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. If he puts her in his place, he will be labeled a chauvinist. I'm glad you raised that, because guess what? Last week, Fitzjackson made it clear. He said, we are all equals here. Nobody gets preferential treatment here. He made that abundantly clear. And I think we have that videotape. We will play it. Because I suspect that some people will be thinking and saying, yeah, you know, you're right. If he goes after her, then that's it. But my point is that the hell with people who wants to say you're a chauvinist. You say, listen, you put on your big girl, you know what, and take what's coming to you, right? You put on your big boy pants, she put on her big girl skirt. And on go at it. Equally. She's not supposed to get any preferential treatment, and people should not give people preferential treatment in Parliament simply because of sex.
You know, I was about to say, if the commentary is that we're all equals here, there's no preferential treatment, that means gender is non-existent.
Indeed.
You are a representative of the people based on your position or your assignment. And as such, that is what you are. When the proceedings are done, you can retain your gender. But as at this point, you're a representative. A representative is gender neutral. So
No, Sharon makes a good point though, because people, and I'm sure this is going through his head, through Mr. Bunting's head. If I go at her, couple of things. One, she's the Speaker of the House. They could be repercussions. And two, people would come at me saying that she's a woman. Why am I being, so hard on her? But if I were in his shoes, I would say we're all equal here. We're all equal, and that's it. But let's move on.
Buses, do we have any facility?
Hold on. By the way, we have about 45 minutes before the exam. 45 minutes before the examination.
To be able to just drop another bus in the system if one goes down. What is the extent of that reserve provision, both in terms of personnel and equipment?
I'll let the managing director answer this one.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a driver to bus ratio of 1.5 per bus, so that we can have situations like you mentioned, sickness, absenteeism, and we do maintain 10% of the fleet for reserve in the event a bus is out for accident or major maintenance work.
Remember him say 110 on the road? I know him come and say them keep 10, but you can't follow the story.
So those are key considerations.
Let me add, reader drivers, what is the frequency of retraining?
Come into contact with embankment, with stones, they fall off some compromised road surfaces, something to prevent the contacts, and in instances where we figure some retraining or resensitization is necessary, we ensure that that is done before they are put back into driving duties. So it's happening on a regular basis, ma'am.
Okay, as it relates to using, procuring used buses vis-a-vis new buses when the program started, just from your experience, was there any benefit from the government in terms of benefit to our students from the government making the decision to start out with used buses, one, in terms of time of implementation, two, in terms of just having an experience and being able to do an assessment of the rural school bus system, and based on the time we have operated the buses up to the 31st of March, when maintenance will no longer be picked up by the persons we procure the buses from, have we observed any reduction, even though there are older buses, in the cost of maintenance, meaning that your very first...
You hear she say? The person we procured the buses from. People, I'm telling you, I'm not quite sure who purchased these buses, because here's what they're doing. They're using words like purchaser, supplier, provider, facilitator. They're using those four words interchangeably. And we can't figure out who purchased the buses. Because when they talk about El Hydro, sometimes you'll hear them say the supplier, you'll hear them say the purchaser, you'll hear, you're not quite sure. And that's a question that should be asked. Give us who purchased the buses for the government of Jamaica. Who purchased the buses? Who get the money for purchase the bus? Who get the contract for purchase the buses? Because what you're hearing is that, oh, the supplier. And another time you're hearing, oh, the provider. And then another time you're hearing the purchaser. And another time you're hearing the facilitator. We don't know. I submit to you, Jamaicans, we don't know who actually purchased the buses, because when you listen to Minister Vaz, sometimes it sounds like he's saying that they purchased the buses. They meaning the ministry. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but
there's another thing though. There is a service contract that came with the acquisition of the buses. A 1-year service contract. So how it done at the end of March?
Not only that, Minister Vaz said 3 years. One time it's 1 year, another time it's 3 years. And now it ends March. But guess what? El Hydro is picking it up in March. They're continuing. They're saying that the contract they have with El Hydro to service the buses, the contract will expire at the end of March, and then it will roll over into another contract.
At whose expense?
People?
Because them say it's supposed to be come with the purchase.
Listen, them want Kevin. I would have loved to sit on this panel and ask them questions. Believe me, because you know why? There is no plausible answer. There is no plausible, and I'm going to catch them lying. I'm going to catch them lying. But I could just finish up in time to get to the exam.
Set off costs would have had you being able to run through a bus, figure out all the issues, do your repairs and maintenance at that time, which would make future maintenance.
Kevin, do me a favor. The response from the ministry regarding the buses, I think it's 30-something pages. Could you just pull that up for me? We had it last week. I just want to show something.
In the short term, less likely to be required or future replacement, because maintenance is both just the regular run of the mill and sometimes major work.
Remember the
experience of a trial period, really.
Okay. The experience you have had so far, I think, mostly relates to students transporting the children. We are on time, we are regularly scheduled, we are a safer service. No child is teaching and learning, running them out. We have garnered a tremendous amount of technical experiences in-house, which will enable us to maintain a fleet of the sort over an extended period. In terms of maintenance costs for the buses, it has been reported before that the cost for maintenance is included in the procurement contract up to the 31st of March this year. So the company is not carrying any maintenance cost. But in our observation, in our contract.
Well, let me stop him right here. You know, talking this nonsense about the bus is safe. Which one is this? 4. All right. Take a look at this, people. 4. All right. We've shown this before. They tell you that the bus is safe for children to ride. And we're telling you that. Remember, we showed you the video. We showed you the newspaper account of a child who fell out of one of the buses and was almost killed, sustained serious damage, serious injuries. Look at this one. This is October 2025. This is Mr. Vaz, the minister. Look at what he said right here. He's talking about giving a status report, and he said that he admitted that the first phase has not been without challenges. First phase. Remember that. He said the first phase, which happened in September. I'm going to show you where he said it's the second phase. They can't keep the story straight. But look at this. He said, including reports of students falling ill on buses. Not him to mention students falling out, because I don't think it happened at the time. But now he has to come and say students are falling ill on buses and they're falling out of the buses. Minor accidents and logistical adjustments to routes and schedule. Does this sound like something that was fully cooked, or was it half-baked? And then what Mr. Ellington is selling there, we're not buying. Look at what he said, Mr. Vaz said right here. I want to say it's not limited to the spats between students. So students are fighting on the buses. We have had medical incidents on the buses where students have passed out. Remember, we told you about the emissions. Students have started to have bleeding through their nose. Different things that have come up, and luckily we have been able to coordinate with the driver and the JUTC and get the police or the medical assistance that's required. That's the minister saying that. So don't let them tell you about everything is hunky-dory. No, let's go back to this. See what he says right here? He admitted, he's giving a report on it. right? And this is October 11th. They started in September. And he said, the first phase right here, the first phase has not been without challenges. First phase. All right. Look at this. Let me show you. All right. Take a look at this. This is Mr. Vaz. And look at the title. Phase 2. I thought phase 1 started in September.
Phase 1 of phase 2.
Eh?
It's phase 1 of phase 2.
Oh, phase 2 come before phase 1.
No. It is phase 2, but it's phase 1 of phase 2.
No, it says phase 2.
Yes, but it is phase 2.
No, phase 2 set for, no, but he just said, look, phase 2 is set for September.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
But in October, it said phase 1. He's talking about phase 1.
Yes. And it is phase 1 of phase 2. Phase 2. Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know about that.
People, look here. Look at the title. It said phase 2 is set for September. Right? Phase 2 set for September. And here it is right here. They're talking about full story. Phase 2 will be rolled out in time for the academic year in September. And he says the initiative, phase 1, it is in St. Thomas, St. Catherine, and Clarendon. Nobody knew about that. You know why nobody knew about that? Because look at that. This is May 21st. You know why? Because the buses, they've never come till June and July.
And
the buses didn't come until
the school year.
The buses didn't come yet. Remember the first 26 buses? The buses didn't come yet. So now he's talking about phase. You have me confused now. Which one is this? Phase 2. He's talking about phase 1. But here it is. Where there, Kevin? Like this. Yeah. See it right here. It says 1 month into the operation, they said that it has exceeded expectations. And here it is where he said, where is it? Where he said the phase, no, it's further up. Hold on. Is this one or the other one? Yeah, this one. Where he talks about phase 1.
Right. At the same time, he admitted that the first phase has not been without challenges.
Yeah, that's the first phase. That's it. Because look at when this is October.
Mm-hmm.
This is October.
So this is the first phase of the rollout of the second phase.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on, Kevin. Hold on.
I want you to stay with me.
Oh, no, hold on.
Producer John, I want to bring up a diagram.
Hold on there. Where is the first phase out? All right. Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this one here, Kevin? This one, this 2017? The phase 1, is this the phase 1 you're talking about?
No, that's the pilot. Don't get it twisted.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. I'll show you something. Hold on. Special partnership, pilot. All right, here it is. Look at this sentence right here. Students, right here. Students from 91 primary and secondary schools in 8 parishes across the island will benefit from the pilot in the first phase.
Right. Benefit from the pilot.
Yes.
Right. And the first phase continued until you went through to the first phase, the second phase.
Hold on, Kevin. Hold on a second. Hold on. Here it's right here. The first phase. Right?
Right.
And Then you go to this right here. Look, the initiative now in its first phase. See it right there. We're going all the way to 2017.
Which
Look,
but this article is May of 2025. This JIS article is May of 2025.
Look, let me go back to which one is there with this gentleman here, sir. Let me see if it's,
My second question has to do with where. My second question has to do with where, Mr. Ellington, where the reserve buses
Number four.
Are located.
Oh, this one here?
Monitoring exercise. We have observed that there is very little requirement for parts replacement once the routine servicing and maintenance activities are carried out. So
coordination, we need to be more coordinated sectorially and
Member Dawes annual combination.
of the takeaway from the use bus is that before you wouldn't have certain data now because you were not operational. Now that the system is in place, the ministry and the JUTC is in a position to assess those data going forward.
Excellent. And my last is a comment/question, as this is a committee meeting where one can have comments and not only questions. So, the question asked by Member Dawes annual combination. When the school bus system was introduced, members of parliament were asked to identify all the school routes in the rural space where they felt it was necessary to have the rural bus service system. In my case, many of the routes still did not get a bus. So the response in respect of the Ministry of Education identifying the routes, I guess they would also have been better placed to say the extent of the number of students who would be utilizing it, and they would have prioritized based on that and the road condition. What I had also done as MP was reach out to JUTC and I'd asked them to do a REGGAE, just drive all the routes in my constituency using the bus and identify what were the issues that caused them not to be able to put a bus on the route. And I did that for regular JUTC bus because some of those old routes no longer have buses, and for the school bus system, so that we would be able to determine if something is too steep, if it is too narrow, what is the problem that is causing you not to be able to provide that service. And through Chair PS, asking that we continue that across constituencies, along with NWA, with their priority as to the roads that they would like to work on, because our students being educated in rural spaces in particular is going to be critical to Jamaica's future. It is not fair for some students to always be behind unless they are super bright. They are not afforded the privilege of what students in Manchester, in the city, or Kingston City, Ocho City, Montego Bay City have at their disposal. It's a very different experience. So that coordinated approach, especially with new buses that we would not want to see deteriorating fast in the rural spaces, is to push and have that drive to say, policy-wise, twin the efforts at improving the road network with the efforts to have the bus system maintained and our students in the rural spaces getting to school in the way that it happens for others.
Thank you very much,
Chair,
Mr.
this is not a question. When the session is finished, I would like to raise some housekeeping issues because I find your behavior absolutely rude.
That will be
And
under
I
AOB.
find new members not appreciating that some of us sat and listened and
we'll deal with that
before we
in
started.
Mr. Morris.
That's the second time she said that, you know.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Second time she said that to the man.
Because she run things, she run round thing.
And how many do we have in reserve? And Mr. Ellington, on that, you had earlier in your introduction spoke about a depot in Kingston. But where do the buses for the rural school?
People, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip past this because what they didn't have, what they don't have a depot to service the buses in all the parishes. They have one depot. They have a depot in Kingston on Lyndhurst Road. And then what they have, El Hydro, they have some garages where they just like park the buses. But again, this idea is just half baked. The implementation, the idea is an outstanding one. We need a rural school bus program. But the way it was done, that's the argument. Nobody's saying that this rural school bus program was and is a bad idea. Nobody's saying that. All we're saying is that the way it was done, the way it was implemented, the conception of it, of having one, outstanding. But how it's implemented, terrible. And it borders on corruption. So we're going to skip that piece about Elijah. We have to come back to that another time because I want to just focus on Madam Speaker. And there's some other things as well. Hold on.
It's a very unusual structure for the rural school bus program as that right now. We are hoping.
Very unusual structure. This is coming from the manager. Very unusual structure. It's talking about the depots. How are you going to service these vehicles? How are you going to care for them? But people, money is going to.
We have approval of very uniform security maintenance service, especially in the case of St. Elizabeth. The buses are Portland serving St. Catherine Rural. They are.
Thank you. And my final question is, how often do we review the service offer with a view to ensuring that we get the best value for money?
Listen to the question. It's talking about the service offer. How often do we review the service offer? I want you to listen to the answer.
Get the best value for money.
Let me go back.
How often do we review the service offer with a view to ensuring that we get the best value for money?
Actually, that is done on a daily basis because we get a daily bus report from our dispatch.
You hear that? The service offer. The service offer. How often do you review it to make sure we get money? And he said we get one every day. We review it every day. People, this is madness. This is total and utter madness. And people sit there and listen to this and say, oh, yeah, the man answered the question.
No, he answered a question.
Chiefs around the country. There is ongoing interaction with the service provider for preventive maintenance and rapid response to reports of any issues with the buses. And we do have a monthly contract monitoring meeting with the providers on looking at the overall rollout of the contract and how they address all matters relating to the buses. So the process
is not answering the question. Talking about they have monthly meetings with the contract. No, that's not what the man asked you. The man asked you that. The man asked about the service offer.
Being closely monitored.
Very good. Thank you. All right, we have Miss Lee, then Miss Burchell, and then Mr. Newell will be allowed to complete his questioning.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to comment in this program. I want to ask the punctuality, etc., but as it relates to our students with special needs, And if so, is there anything to ensure their safety and comfort to and from school?
Our drivers have been trained to, and one of them is that where we have students who necessarily have to use the bus and they have to mount the bus on a wheelchair, education and the PATH program for students with disabilities, the rural school bus program exists alongside that. So it hasn't replaced those arrangements.
So he's talking about another rural school bus program. No, the PATH one, which is similar to the one in 2017. But we don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about it. He just slipped at the slip of the tongue and him come and talk about that, you know. How many people knew about a rural school bus program and for the PATH program, people?
No, sir.
It just slipped out of my mouth.
So those students can still benefit from that facility.
I'm going to know, Kevin. What about 5? Go to the next 5.
Ms. Birchall.
Thank
you. Go to the next 5.
Ellington, where the reserve buses for St. Elizabeth are located.
6.
Thank you. Thank you, PS. Thank you, Director. And I must say, I'm happy to be here today to be able to learn.
No, people. This young lady is a budding star in the parliament. She is unafraid. She is courageous, which is opposite of that. Most times, she's well prepared. She has proper decorum. She expresses herself in a really elegant manner. She's very diplomatic. When she have to insult you, she not have to insult you, just raw chaser, like the yamhead comment what she made earlier. She is. I want you to listen to this lady here. But in this case, though, she wasn't prepared. And she said it. She said, I was studying last night for this thing. And that's a demerit, because when you come into these things and you have 1.4 billion sitting on the table, or 1.4 to discuss, you have to be well prepared. Right. So I'll take off a point. But pay attention to this lady.
Learn from what you've been sharing with us, because there's a lot of information out there that is conflicting and confusing, and this PAAC through 73A gives us that opportunity to really follow the money and see where the value is redounding to the benefit of the students. I must tell you that before I came here, I canvassed the views of some of our principals in Western Jamaica, and being a rural MP, this is very important. So, Chairman, I'm going to ask some questions, and then you can stop me when I'm out of time. All right? I'm going to go back a little. I don't know if this is Director or PS, but from the research I've seen and the information swirling, it is said that the buses entered Jamaica without the pre-inspection certificates, which are normally required under Jamaica motor vehicle import policy. That's information. So I want you to clarify for me, right? Why, if that was the case, why was the pre-shipment inspection certificate requirement waived for these buses? And if they were waived, who waived it? I'm going to ask you. Okay.
The buses are inspected.
Sorry?
There was no waiver of the inspection report, and when they come in as well, the ITA, Island Traffic Authority, has to certify the buses as well before the JUTC can put them into their system.
So the pre-certification was done overseas before they came here. By whom?
The first set of buses, the JUTC had a team going out with the supplier of the buses, and they looked at the buses to ensure that we were getting what is in the contract. Mm-hmm. Thereafter, the supplier was expected to ensure that he's providing us with what is in the contract. And when the buses get here, the supplier ensures. With the JUTC, there's a post-shipment inspection report before the buses are handed over to the JUTC, and when the buses are retrofitted, the JUTC also, with the ITA, ensure that they fit within our local regulations.
So they would have checked on the mechanics and stuff and
Yes.
diff and all of that before it got here. So the fact that they came means that the JUTC and their inspectors assured the government that these were suitable for us here.
Let me back up. The first set of buses, the JUTC with the suppliers ensured that based on what was signed in the contract, those buses, the supplier was giving us what was required. Having done that, the supplier now would work with those specifications, and so when the buses come in, they would then be a post-shipment inspection.
Okay, so who laid out the specifications then in the contract? Because if JUTC was just checking off.
JUTC, when the proposal came, assessed the proposal for the technical requirements, and so would have ensured that we were getting buses that they were satisfied with. The ITA was also involved to ensure, because when the buses were retrofitted, the doors were moved and other things were moved because they would have to be in line with our requirements.
No, Mrs. Cross, if I could assist for clarification, the pre-inspection was to say that the overseas pre-inspection was to say that the buses met the specifications.
Yes.
But I think you're referring to the mechanical inspection for the roadworthiness of the
Like the
vehicles. When was that done?
I wish you were as bright as ChatGPT.
That would be done when the buses got here, and because the refurbishing had a set of things that you need to do. You need to change tires, you need to change all the aspects of the mechanics that must get the buses out there, and so they would have to be checked for roadworthiness based on the standards of the JUTC.
But that's the Island Traffic Authority. That's the point I'm trying to get. Is the
Listen, confusion reigns. The question was the certification, the certificate. They never get it. That was the question. And now them start talking about physical inspection and inspection in a Jamaican. If you find a letter to Kevin, it's about 32 pages. It should be, if you're looking at the email, you'll see it. We use it already. It wasn't done. That's the question. And Maureen Bailey and CJam McCarthy. You're right. They're not answering the question. They're not answering. The lady not answering the question, and then everybody get confused and start go all over the place. I have a letter here that explains this whole thing. But Kevin, let me just hold on. Let me start this back.
Island Traffic Authority is the agency that certifies them as being roadworthy. That's just the point I'm trying to.
All right, so let's talk about the cost and the value for money. I heard some different figures today, but the program, based on the research I did last night, said $1.4 billion is what it cost us for about 110 buses.
See, that's where she gets a demerit. She said last night, she was looking at it in preparation for a meeting today. That won't cut it. Nikisha, I know you're busy. But even if that's what you did, you don't come out and say it. You don't say that you're preparing for it last night.
Then I heard some other figure here today. I think I'm a little unclear on that. But that initial set of buses that came to Jamaica, what was the average acquisition cost? So include in that, you know, what you pay them for the bus, but the maintenance package or whatever else you needed, the retrofitting costs, what did it cost us to land and get on the road one of those buses?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Member. So the bus cost and freight is $543,455,500. The brokerage fee, $108,691,100.
That's bogus, because it's just because when I have the time, because I'd play the video where Minister Vaz, when he started to itemize the cost. Same question basically. And he started itemizing the cost. And he's talking about brokerage fees and all. No. He said cost of the buses, cost to get them to the ports, sea freight, and some things them pay customs, some minor things them pay. So all of this stuff that she's telling us right here, Mr. Vaz didn't mention these.
The bus refurbishing, I'm seeing here $297,655,866.20. For maintenance, up to March 2026, we're averaging about $9 million per bus per month. No, not per bus, for all the buses, $9 million.
No.
Yes, that maintenance cost is included, but we're just giving the breakout. So for the 1.4, that is also included.
No, wait, you minimize everything.
Yeah, man.
Was that letter the one that you were looking for?
No.
Yeah, just bring that up back. The middle one, yeah. And over on the left. There we go.
All right. Yeah, folks, we can't pull up the letter and time are run against us. But we have another 6. That's it?
Yeah. All right, so
all right, hold on.
No man, there's only 1 6. That's it.
Yeah, that's not it. No, that's not it. No. All right.
That was the last 6 I was given.
Let me just let me show them something. One of the questions Dr. Dawes, well, actually, Dr. Dawes asked them and it didn't play. So that's why I know everything is not there. He asked if they're aware of the chicken buses. And they said, in astonishment, chicken buses. I said, yes. They said, no, we don't know what you're talking about. And this is what he's talking about.
And there's another article that titles it Chicken Bus.
Yeah, this is one. Let me find the other one. You see the other one? There's another one. Hold on.
Yeah, it's right by it.
Is it this? Okay, yeah, here it is. Yeah, chicken buses. Now, those of you who have been coming to class on a regular basis, you'll remember that we talked about this last year, the chicken buses. And I want to show you something before we get ready for the exam. Guatemala, this is what they do with the buses, the school buses. This is what they do with them. You see them? Them look like buses in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Do all kinds of things with them. But I want to show you something. Look at this. I want to show you what they do with them. Hold on. Let me show you. Here they are. See? What the chicken buses, as they are known, share its history. Each of these vehicles started life as a school bus in the United States, and each reached 10 years or 150,000 miles of service. Then they were auctioned off for less than $2,000. You see it right there?
That part right there, so.
And you see it right there, so? Auctioned off for less than $2,000. I want to show you something else. Less than $2,000.
One thing is saying that the buses have been decommissioned and are not fit and proper for the United States.
He's here talking a bunch of nonsense. In America, the average miles for these school buses, 171,000. And the average lifespan, 13.6 years, whichever comes first. Don't make them tell you about it of Cummins transmission and this and that and drivetrain and blah, blah, blah. In America, the average lifespan of a school bus is 13.6 years. Then it done, retired, then get rid of it. We never know play the interview.
And again, that is average, which means
if we did have the thing there, 13.5. The letter, we played it up, we used it about 2 weeks ago, man. We used it about 2 weeks ago. We'll have to come back to it some other time. Because what I'm going to show you is that a lot of the buses that he's talking about, a lot of the buses that he purchased, at least the first 26, they're 15 years old.
Yeah, but we showed the information based on the VIN.
Yeah, but wait, but remember last week or last week before, they sent me, they responded to me and they sent me a thing and it was 30 pages.
Yes.
It was 30 pages. And so what that means is that the buses them finish. Look, in America, 13.6, and we buy them at 15. And he's coming to tell us nonsense.
But how much we are buying them for?
Yeah. Look, I apologize because we had some technical issues with some of the videos, and we never get through all of them because there are some things in some of them that I wanted to show you. I guess we'll have to pick up on Wednesday because we had doubles. We shouldn't have doubles, and when I look here, I see a whole bunch of doubles. This one here, Kevin, is this one right here. Is that yours? This one.
The one by my name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Look, folks, we're going to leave it there, right? But I hope the whole purpose of that exercise was to show you what's going on, because we didn't even get to the part where Mrs. Holness started to take Mr. Bunting to task after Mr. Ellington and his group left. We didn't even get to that part because I just wanted to show you how disrespectful this lady is. We'll get to it some other time. Jamaica is content rich and we have time. So when I get on the pen and paper ready, you ready? Kevin, is 6 o'clock now. So how we going to do this thing now?
So no man, take off that question, man. Okay. Yeah. So really and truly, we're gonna ask the question. We're gonna give a few moments for the responses to come in. Those of you who are on right now, just double check to make sure that you're live for me, those watching on YouTube, because if the commercials had come on and you went through the commercials, you're not necessarily going to go back to the live positioning. You may pick up where it left off, and so you'd be behind. Just hover, use your mouse to hover over your screen. The word live will pop up above the scroll bar, the timeline. If it has a red dot, then you're live. If not, then you need to click on the word live so that you can be live. If you're looking on a device, a personal device, just tap on the screen. You'll see the word live. You do the same thing. All right. So I just give you a couple of seconds, y'all, so that you can get live. And what we're going to do is we're going to present the question to you. You're going to see it on the screen also, of course. Go ahead and put your response in the chat. It's important that you add just that you see on the screen right now, that you add the question number to your response. So if it is question 3, you put 3. If it's true or false, you put true or false. If it's A, B, C, D, you put the corresponding letter for your right answer or for your answer. Okay? Everybody got that? And then, yes, Errol, the commercial just comes on and whenever. And then coming towards the end of the broadcast, we'll probably get done by 7 o'clock. If we get done by 7 o'clock, then we can start going through it. If not.
And tell them that they have to put the answers, put the number by the answers.
Yeah, that's just it.
Okay.
Any question, any answer that you're giving, you put the number for the question and you give your response after, so that we can see what it is that you're responding to. It's really quick and easy. Actually, we'll be going through each answer at the end, Provost, or you want to go through them individually?
Because while they ask the question. I mean, right after the question is asked,
right?
Answer provided, then we do it. Because otherwise, if you wait till the end, some people, they'll have to come back. I mean,
right. Yeah, that's right. That was what we settled on. Yeah. So, people, are you ready? Because it's time now. It's time. Midterm time. And let me warn you, some of these questions are doozies. I don't know what was happening at the time these questions were formulated, some of them, but just know.
They were formulated in the wee hours of the morning, some of them. All right, you want to start? You want to start, Professor?
All right. So let's put up the first one.
Okay, here we go.
First one is a true or false question. Mm-hmm. Everybody ready? Let me know you're ready. All right. CJ, well ready. All right. The Public Accounts Committee reviews and approves projects initiated by the PSOJ. This is true or is this false? The Public Accounts Committee reviews and approves projects initiated by the PSOJ. True or false? Go ahead, put the number to the question. This is question number 1, and then the response. All right. So I saw 2 trues, 3 trues, about 15 false are already. So if this was a poll, the falses would be winning. True believer, we don't reach number 2 yet, so all you have 2. PNP, no answer no for PNP, true. True believer, I don't know what you believe again, right about now,
All right.
Yes.
You can give them question number 2 because it's related to question number 1. So
and then we kill off 2 birds with 1 stone.
You keep putting your answers in for question number 1, but at the same time, pay attention to question number 2. We're going to leave question 1 up for like another 30 seconds. Worship the Lord.
We're looking at that. We're looking at that for the final. Maybe for the next midterm, and definitely for the final exam.
Yeah, Worship the Lord just put up a good suggestion. Producer Joan, you might want to take a look at that. Worship the Lord. Where is it? She's at 6:06 p.m. All right. False. I'd love to ask the people who are saying it's true. I'd love to ask them why it's true. Same question of the people who say it's false, why it's false. But here is question number 2. Remember, question number 1, the Public Accounts Committee reviews and approves projects initiated by the PSOJ, the private sector of Jamaica. All right. Here's question number 2. No, sorry. Here's question number, sorry. Good.
What's 2? You got into 3.
They should be right next to each other, but that's fine. I made a mistake with that. No, let's just go back to 1. All right, let's finish up 1. Because there's one thing I'm going to play that answers questions 1 and 3.
Well, go to 3 then. You can skip 2 and go to 3. You can do it.
All right. Here's question number 3. The auditor, no, it's not that one either. Question 4. The Public Administration and Appropriations Committee reviews and approves government projects. That's question number 4. Question number 1 talks about the PAC, and question number 4 talks about the PAAC. Remember, put the number of question you're answering. So this will be question 4. So we've asked question 1 already. Now we're asking question 4, and forgive me, it's my fault. I should have put them right next to each other. But the reason I outsmarted myself, because you know why I said do that, Kel? Because if I put them next to each other, they'll figure it out, right? So right. That's I apologize. And the reason for that is we're gonna do something that will explain both answers. We're just not gonna say yes or no and then say yes, it's the correct answer and leave you like that. Question 4 is true. Question 4, somebody true, true, false.
So the trues are winning question 4 so far.
Well,
trying to make a comeback.
All right, we'll forget this. We'll forget it some time. Otherwise, we'll go there and have to step off a little bit. But we'll get 1 more minute for this, for both questions. 1 more minute. You know, I like the fact that some of the folks here, they're not only answering, but they're explaining their answer.
Yes.
It's good. I mean, it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
But I like it too.
Yeah. All right, we have about another 20 seconds. Ransford and mash up a thing, man. I say nothing in Jamaica is done the way it's supposed to be done. Ransford and mash up a thing, man. No, Jeffrey Tavares, he put A. What A? A for which one of the questions, my brother? All right. Let us stop it right here. All right. Let us take this down. And we'll play your video. Here we go.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means how your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are fair accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
All right. So make we go back to the questions and then go to question 1. Somebody rightly put it inside here, said PSOJ have nothing to do with it. It's a private sector. This is government. The government has no control over projects initiated by the PSOJ. They have nothing to do with it at all. So the answer to that is false. Number 1. Go to number 4. The Public Administration Appropriations reviews and approves government projects. Somebody answered and said, no, they might review some stuff, but they don't approve anything. And that's absolutely correct. The approval is done elsewhere by the ministry. And then this is just an oversight body to make sure that the money is being spent properly. But they don't approve any projects. So just keep that in mind. And for reference, you can go to jampja.org and then you can see the difference between the PAC and the PAAC. Now we can go to question number 2. All right. Here it is. Based on the standing rules in Parliament, business in the House, in Parliament, shall be conducted in A, Patois and English. B, English and Gypsy. C, English unless the standing rules are suspended. D, Spanish. If members understand, then you can do it. E, Gypsy and Patois. And F, English, if 75% of the members passed English in the CXC exam. All right. So, my question now.
So, let me ask you.
Somebody says, huh?
Let me ask you this. How is your gypsy?
You know, gypsy did wicked one at a time, you know, but it left me now because me so practice it and me so that St. Elizabeth. Somebody say A, C, one is A, 2, C.
To A, to C.
G, Warmington. Somebody say A, 2A. Three, 2C, A, 2A,
1 to F,
English and Bullyism, yeah. For English. Is a better answer. A lot of people that say A, Patois and English. None of the above, we don't have that.
There are a number of C's too.
Yeah.
So a lot of A's and C's.
All right. I could stop it right there, sir. The answer to this. The answer is easy if you read the question carefully.
based on the standing orders or the standing rules, business in the house shall be conducted in. Now, you remember when Minister Terry Long was trying to speak Spanish in the house because there was a Cuban delegation, and Mr. Warmington came and took up the book, took up the standing orders, and said, this thing said that all house business must be conducted in English. And you remember what Minister Holness, not Minister Holness, Speaker Holness, she indicated to him that the standing rules were suspended. He's right. He's right that the language that you must transact business with in the house is English, but you can suspend the rules. And so the rules were suspended so that he could speak Spanish to his guests. So the answer is C. Part one English might be in terms of reality. That might be the answer. that would be the answer. But you see what we say, based on the standing rules. So we kind of narrow it. We didn't make it, but I say we didn't say what language must be spoken or something like that. We just said based on the standing rules, and the standing rules say English, but you can suspend it. All right, now we go to question 3. All right, this one, I know all of you going to get this one, all right. The Auditor General and the Financial Secretary are legally authorized to impose a surcharge action to recover government assets. That is when, you know, somebody negligently, when civil servants, they cause government to lose money, and so now we have to get the money back. And the question is, well, it's not a question, it's a statement that the Auditor General and the Financial Secretary, they are legally authorized to go after that money, to recover it for the people of Jamaica. So question is it true or false?
The Batman and Robin.
Everybody has said, everybody look at them, I get it right. Everybody has said, true. Wow. Wow.
Okay, so since we've been asking questions in this format, it's the first time I see so many going in one particular direction with one particular answer.
And it might be the wrong direction too.
See, one person gone next field, somebody say, who that? Maureen Hines and Leon British. 'Ingrid Cook.
3A.
It's easier to identify those that are saying that it's false than it is to identify those that are saying it's true.
All right. Kevin, I'll take a little break here. So here's all right. Somebody said, if so, why haven't they done so already? Ingrid Cook. All right. Here's the answer to this question is found in the Financial Administrative and Audit Act, FAA Act. And here's what it says. It's a trick question. But if you were in class paying attention, you would realize it, because we talk about this all the time. The Auditor General conducts an audit. And if she finds, like she did with Grace McLean, like she did with the fertilizer people and others, she refers the matter to the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. The Auditor General cannot impose a surcharge action. So those of you who said the answer is true, you're wrong. False. The Financial Secretary, she's the one who can impose the surcharge action, not the Auditor General. The Auditor General, she reports to the Financial Secretary and she said, hey, I think you should collect this money from Kevin because Kevin did this, Kevin did that, and the government is at a loss. And so if you answer question 3, B, if you answer it saying it's false,
you are correct. The Auditor General cannot impose a surcharge action. The Financial Secretary, she can go ahead and do it. But the Auditor General, she reports to the Financial Secretary and say, listen, I think you should impose a surcharge action. And that's how it works. So that's where we are. We did question 4. Now we're on to question 5. All right. And then we'll take a break. All right. Question 5. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's main purposes are, and you hear we talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We've been talking about them for years. Now, what are the main purposes of this group? What purpose they serve? A, they're there to conduct elections. We just had an election and plan the biennial conference in Jamaica, which will take place in June. So A is saying the purpose of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is to plan elections and plan the conference every 2 years in Jamaica. That's A. B, the purpose is to establish fundraising initiatives and lobby for the Jamaican government. C, it is to ensure that diaspora members prosper and that it's also to assist with national development. D, it is serves to act as a traveler event planners for government officials and to escort them to diaspora functions. E, to develop a relationship with government officials and receive national honors. I don't know if there's an F. It's an E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Right, there's no F. Okay, so that's it. What are the main purposes of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council?
But there is an F.
There is an F. I don't see it.
Yeah, it's because the thing is up.
Yeah, I can't see it. You can't read it out?
To develop intelligence on diaspora members and report to the government of Jamaica.
The F is that they're supposed to develop intelligence on all of you people living overseas, gather the intelligence, and then tell the government share their findings with the government, or give their findings to the government. Petra said, I said B because the diaspora and under nothing. It's just doing that. Fundraising. Hey. Okay. All right. Let me answer that question quickly. The answer is C. And that's in their manual and it's in their terms of reference. However, like somebody said, it looked like all them do is B. You know, them fundraise and do things for the government of Jamaica. So the answer is C. C is the answer. All right, let me go. All right, I'm going to do this one here.
No. We'll leave this one till you come back.
All right, so you want
to? So we'll take a break. We'll take a break from the questions at this point. You're going the wrong way, man. Go back.
Sorry.
Leave it at 5. Or you can leave it on the midterm exam. Yeah. So,
I'll be right back, folks. All right. You can you can't play the music. All right. I'll be right back.
I got this. So people, real quick, let me do some housekeeping. I spoke with a couple of people, contacted me this week, and I'll get back to you. I will get back to you with regard to the information. All right, so you will not be denied, but I give you my word, I'll get back to you with the information. Trying to iron out all the kinks to the pay-per-view section of the upcoming concert that will be happening at the church as I play drums for on the 4th of April. Now, I say it that way, and I know a couple of people from the church are listening. It's because I'm not officially a member of this church, but I'm a member of the church. You know what I mean? So this is the church that I'm at every Sunday. So any given Sunday you're in South Florida and you want to go visit a church, it's that church that you see on the screen right there, those of you that are watching on YouTube. It's the First Baptist Church of Sunrise. And it's on Sunset Strip if you're on Oakland Park Boulevard heading east or west, and you stumble across 64th Avenue. Then if you're heading east, you make a right. If you're heading west, you make a left. And it's right at the roundabout. If you're on Sunset Strip, it's when you hit the roundabout. Just as soon as you're heading east, it's when you pass the park on your right. You hit the roundabout, it's the big church on your left. So you're free to come and visit anytime. I'll be there playing drums on any given Sunday morning. Oh, yeah, CJ. Or it's supposed to be CJ, right? Or the emphasis, the long A. Cool. So you know exactly where it is, CJ. So I expect to see you there at least one time. If it's not the concert, pass by one Sunday morning. Come link up. So I play drums at this church, and every year they have their Easter concert. And this year, the Easter concert, well, let me play it instead of say it. Pay attention to this.
First Baptist Church of Sunrise, Florida presents Spring Gospel Concert on Saturday, April 4, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring Dr. Glacia Robinson,
Hold my hand today, lest I fall.
Evangelist Bridget Blurcher, Minister Leroy Smith, and Second Chance. Concert will be at First Baptist Church of Sunrise, 6401 Sunset Strip, Florida 33313. Admission $50. Tickets available at the church office. MC Bishop John Wayne Manning of Omega Radio Station and Church. Jesus is alive. See you there.
He's alive, he's alive.
All right, so there's that event that is happening. And wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh, there it is. So that's coming up in South Florida. And I know there are a bunch of people who are up in the New York area. Some of you, before I finish with this, before I go on to that, let me finish with this. This concert is happening, and I am looking into providing pay-per-view services. And so I'll give you more information on that as soon as it is ironed out. All right? So, because I know some people would like to attend, some people like to support, some people want to gift some people some tickets. And all of that can happen. If you need to reach out to me, 773-789-STEW is a number to reach me. 773-789-7839. 773-789-STEW. Real easy. I'm not sure I'm going to be changing that number anytime soon, so go and hold on to it. You can save it. In addition to that, those of you in the New York area, up that side, there's a different kind of event happening on the 3rd and the 4th of April.
Friday, April 3rd and Saturday, April 4th. All roads lead to Crown Hill Theater in Brooklyn. Foundation meets the future with Rory Love and David Rattigan.
Good morning, sound boy. Long time sound love reach ya.
Well, this is none of the land. The legendary David Rattigan.
What about it?
them just me gun thirsty.
Blessings, masses, Ivory Stone Love. Here to let you know it's all about April the 3rd and the 4th. See? That's right, 2 nights only, where you can see David Rattigan and Rory Stone Love. See?
Make sure you're there at the Crown Hill Theatre, Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn.
Tickets available at the Crown Hill Theater box office or log on to crownhilltheater.com and get your tickets today. Foundation meets the future. Rory Stone Love, David Rattigan. You cannot miss this event.
Lock them up. Ready, people, lock them up.
All right. So those of you who doing the David Rattigan Rory Stone Love thing, more power to you. Those of you who can make it to South Florida, hey, I'll see you there. And again, you can reach out to me and I can arrange for, if you're doing will call, I can help to arrange that for you. Those of you who want to gift some people some tickets or you just want to contribute, there's also a Zelle. So some people are not comfortable zelling to people and places that they don't know. I'll give you the details. Actually, there's a meeting happening on Tuesday. So Wednesday, yeah, there's a meeting happening on Tuesday. So Wednesday, I should be able to give you some more details if I don't get it. If I don't, in fact, follow me on social media. How about that? You can do that too. But on Wednesday, on Come Reason with Rattigan, I should be able to give you some more information. And definitely next Saturday. Then definitely. Tell me, am I going to Stone Love? I am in South Florida. So the Stone Love thing now gonna really happen. Yeah. A few years ago, Rory and I had a really good sit down. I had him as a guest on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. In fact, I don't even have that on YouTube. No. You only see evidence of that on my Facebook page. I have to go way back in my archives on my Facebook page where I posted the event happening. So that night, Rory and I, we had a good chat. And that was years ago. And we were talking the other day and saying, boy, it's long time since we did that. We should do something again because a lot has happened since. But no, I won't be attending Rory and David Rattigan in New York on the weekend of the 4th. I will be at the First Baptist Church of Sunrise on Saturday, April 4. So those of you looking to see me here on Reason with Rattigan, I won't be here that Saturday. Again, I will not be here on Reason with Rattigan on the 4th of September. Not that I'm running away leaving y'all. No, nothing like that. It's just that I am going to be at this event. All right? Just so that y'all know. So reach out to me, those of you who want tickets and not familiar with the church and all of them things there. 773-789-STEW. Now, before today is done, some other things that will be happening coming up right after the broadcast is my Saturday Stew on Reggae Global Radio, 8 p.m. And right after I get done, at 10 p.m., you get to relax with the Rebel. And he is so conflicted about tonight's broadcast because he has so much to give you and so little time to give it to you in. And he doesn't even know how he's going to make it out. He gone back to 7?
I got to 2. From 7.
He gone back? You cut it down to 6. He gone back to 7?
Yeah. No, but it's 2. It's 2.
So basically, people, what we're talking about with the 6 and the 7 and the 2 hours worth of music. He's going to try to squeeze 7 hours worth of Dennis Emmanuel Brown,
Crown Prince, yeah.
the Crown Prince himself. And if any of you have ever heard Will sing, this guy. He's been running away from it, 3 years now, people waiting on him to go to the studio. Well, 3 documented years. Let me put it that way. So, but welcome back, Provost.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's continue. Students, you ready? You ready? Those of you who it's not enough to it's not enough to get the questions right, but to understand, the reasoning behind it. Why the answer is yes and why the answer is no. That's true learning, because once you get to that point, you'll never forget. But if you just do it and you take a guess or whatever like that, yeah, it's okay. But you really want, and that's one of the reasons why we said, we're not only going to say yes, no, we're going to say yes because, and we're going to tell you where the answers are. So there we go. All right. Let's get back to the questions.
The midterm exam.
Okay, here we go. So remember, question 1, just to recap, the Public Accounts Committee reviews and approves projects initiated by the PSOJ, Private Sector of Jamaica. That answer is false. It has nothing to do with the PSOJ, right? It's all about government. Number 2, based on the standing rules, business in the house shall be conducted in. The answer is C, English, except where they suspend the rules like they did when Minister Terrelong was reaching out to
Spanish for the delegation that visited.
Yes, and he wanted to speak to them in their native tongue. And so Mr. Warmington raised an objection, and then they basically said, yeah, but you weren't here. We suspended the rules so that he could do it. And that's another thing too. You can suspend the rules to do a whole bunch of things. You have the rules and you have to abide by them, but the speaker, along with the majority of the house, they can say, well, we're going to suspend them for this purpose or that purpose. They can do that. 3, the Auditor General and the Financial Secretary are legally authorized to impose a surcharge action to recover goods. The only person, of the 2, the only person authorized legally is the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, not the Auditor General. The Auditor General will conduct the audit, and then she can refer the matter to the Financial Secretary. Question 4, the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee reviews and approves government projects. The answer is false. They don't approve government projects. Government projects are done, with the various ministries and in parliament, the parliament or cabinet. They can do all of that stuff, but they don't approve government projects. They're like overseers. They make sure that whatever is approved is done in accordance with the regulations.
At least they try to.
Yeah, the question 5 was about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and the answer there, C, to ensure that diaspora members prosper and assist with national development. And that you will find in the diaspora policy as well as the diaspora terms of reference. Now we'll get to question 6, and I think Kevin, if there's one question Kevin wanted me to stick around for, is this one. Here we go. The murder rate in Jamaica. The murder rate. This is according to JCF. The murder rate in Jamaica is based on, how do you get the murder rate? So is it A, death investigations and missing persons, that they combine those two and say, yeah, this is the murder rate? Is it B, manslaughter and skeletal remains found? Is it C, homicide and suicide? Is it D, accidental shooting and murder and self-defense?
Is it E, murder? Or is it F, none of the above? Come on, students. You know this answer. Give it to me. Kevin, you can't find the chart?
Oh.
All right, we have F.
See. The question is, let's see how quickly I can find the chart.
Okay. Any one of them, you know, because remember, there's another one. Remember the old one and then the new one. Any one of them.
Actually,
the chart actually, the chart is actually better, the old one.
That was one we redacted.
No, hold on a second. I'll get it to you. Hold on.
Oh, I just got kicked off of your computer.
No.
Let me reconnect.
Okay. E. Everybody else say E. F.
Let's see what's trending. F is trending.
Okay. F go on.
E and F.
All right, Kevin. I just sent it to you, Kevin.
Okay.
6C, F is trending. F. Vestel Allen says, I know they're giving wrong information. F.
Don't call out the people like that, Vestel. Come on now.
Yeah. 6F. Ransford, there is no all of the above. Big up yourself, Eddie. You get it?
I get it. Let me just pull it up here.
All right. The question didn't say what the murder rate is supposed to be based on. When I say murder rate, let me clarify. When I say murder rate, I'm talking about when they put out the, because remember they have categories. So how do you arrive at the murder rate, basically? How do you arrive at it? Because they have different categories. So how do you arrive at it? Maybe, yeah. All right, that's still.
Just getting back into your computer.
Yeah, have it? Where?
Yeah, I just getting back into your computer. 1 second.
Okay. Oh, Pedro said what it should. No, not what it should be. I'm talking
don't look at that. You can't look at what it should be.
I'm talking about what the government says it is. Yeah.
Right. Read the question.
I'm talking about
exactly.
I'm talking about a category. Yeah.
It's right. Okay. No. Why is this thing not responding to me?
Elaine. Elaine.
Somebody paying attention.
All right. The reason why we're taking so long is because I just want to show you guys something. And Elaine hit the nail right on the head. So is that it?
Oh, you saw it?
No. Mm-mm. No, that's not it.
We can use this one.
No, that's not it either.
What do you mean?
I just sent it to you by WhatsApp.
Yeah. I see the one that you sent to me.
Yeah.
That's because I'm not pulling up that one, right? No, all right. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. I had disconnected. Okay, here we go. This thing I... Okay.
Any one of them, you know, in the one I sent you or the last one that they responded to me. Is it this? No.
That's
the
one.
Request.
It's all right. I'm pulling up the one that you just sent to me on my device. I can share it.
All right. Share it then. Feel free, people, if you want to change your answers, they can change your answers. And if you're comfortable with your answer, then, you know, just leave it be. If you're not comfortable, then, but think it through. Think it through.
Well, they might want to reconsider at this point. You see it? Share it whenever you feel ready, Will.
Where's it?
Right there beside me.
No, move this over. Hold on. What's going on here?
You can share it.
Over here. This one here?
The what?
This one.
The one that I just...
No, look at the screen. Look on my screen.
Oh.
Okay. All right. You put it up? Where is it?
Right beside me.
Okay. All right. Question 6. The murder rate in Jamaica. Death investigations, missing persons, manslaughter and skeleton remains found, homicide and suicide, accidental shooting and self-defense, murder, none of the above. Take a look at this. Hold on. You have to make it big, Kevin.
I did. It is. You want it bigger?
Yeah. I can't see it.
I'm going to fix your glasses.
All right. And then you have to drag it down so people can see it. All right. People, take a look at that. And tell me if you want to change your answer. Marina Roddock, you're right. Murder rate is different from crime rate. It's true.
Very true.
Take a look at the chart. That's a JCF's chart, people. And they sent us another one for last year, and it's the same thing.
So what is the murder rate based on?
All right.
$1 million question.
Yeah. The murder rate is not investigations. It's not undetermined death. It's not death or self-defense. Go down for me, Kevin. It's not suicide. It's not non-crime. It's not death by misadventure. It's none of those things. It's not manslaughter. Go back up for me now, please. The murder rate, stop right there. The murder rate is murder.
Murder.
That's how they determine it's murder. No, you may ask the question like, what do you mean by that? That's the same question we need for ask the JCF. What do you mean by that? Same question. Because it's none of those categories. They say murder is when we say murder is murder.
Yeah.
Murder is when we say it's murder. And for us, we have a separate category. If you notice, homicide is there as a category. They say no, murder is not homicide. I'm saying murder is murder. And when we say murder, it makes no sense. You're right. It makes no sense. So the answer is E. The murder rate in Jamaica is based on murder. And then you say, well, what does that mean? And you say, well, JCF said that it's based on, it's none of those other categories. They say murder is murder. And then when you say, well, how do you get to that point? And they say, well, when we feel like, say, put people in the category, that's fine. Because remember now, they take people out of different categories, you know, or they move people from people who should be in the murder categories, them hide them in death investigations or skeletal remains found or all kinds of other categories. They put them there so that the murder rate, the true murder rate is skewed. The true murder number is skewed because the bodies, some of the bodies that should be in murder, they put them all over the place. So we put up that chart. We put that chart up, the one you just saw. We put it up a long time ago, and then we had another one that they sent to us where they whited out certain categories and all of that, but they still left the murder category there and said murder is murder. So it doesn't make sense, people, and that's the whole purpose of this question, is to tell you that the murder rate they're feeding you is nonsense. It's nonsense. And it changes because if you look at what they give you at the end of the year, go the middle of the year and see it will change by a few, because they move people all over. They move them from, you know, manslaughter, self-defense into murder. The problem is that more people are falling out of the murder category than going into it. So they can manipulate that number. Vestal said, Vestal said means Jamaican police are murderers. All right. We can move on. We're pressed for time. Question 7. The procurement types. What's the difference between direct contracting, for example, Market Me, what's her name? Miss McDonough. She got direct contracts. What's the difference between a direct contract and a limited tender or restricted bidding, which would be like, I think, the medical drill?
Right.
What's the difference? Is it qualifications? Is it lowest bid? Is it the number of bidders? Connections? That is to say links, or none of the above? And just for fun, you're right. They decide what is murder. So even though you may come to them and say, my son, my brother, my uncle was murdered, they say, nah, we're going to put it in death investigation because we have to check that out. And so it will stay in investigation for quite some time and may never come out.
Yeah, I just did your uncle that he never get murdered.
Man, it's a 7-day. Taylor funny, Taylor said. IT as a been 7D, D. You repeat the question. We're looking at procurement and we're saying, what's the difference between a direct contract and a limited tender or restricted bidding? Like the medical drill, which would be a restricted bidding, or the direct contract, which was issued to Minister Tufton's girlfriend. According to her, back then they didn't have they only had a professional relationship. She received contracts after the professional. Even though she received contracts during the time that, or after she said that, the professional relationship ended. So the question then is, what kind of relationship occurred at the period when the professional relationship ended? Because she said it ended like in 2000, but then she got contracts in 2020, contract in 2021 and 2022. So 7D connections. Everybody says C, D, D, D. All right. The answer to this is essential. The essential answer to this is the number of bidders. With a direct contract, the contracting agency, ministry or department, they'll say, we're going to give it to Kevin. And that's it. It's almost like it's like an emergency contract. If there's no emergency, them call it direct contracting. If there's emergency, them hide it underneath that. You know, like Melissa, now you have a lot of emergency contracts. You have direct contract as well too. But it's one person. It's when they give the contract to one person. Restricted bidding is when they say three. The government will say we're gonna give this contract to put it out for bid to 3 people. And then the 3 people bid. But you know what's going on. If these 3 companies are involved in that industry for any length of time and they know each other, they can play games with the system. They can say, okay, we will bid low so you can get this contract, because the next one coming up, then we know they're going to pick on the 3 of us again. So then and then just move it around. So that's the answer to that. Next one. The Speaker of the House can call point of order like members on the floor. True or false?
Point of order.
Question 8. The Speaker of the House can call point of order like members on the floor like they can. You know, when you want to raise a point, you just don't start speaking. You have to say point of order and then be recognized by the chair. So the question is,
generally to
can call
address up an issue that is being presented, right? So you are presenting, and you said something, and I want to say something about it. I raise a point of order.
Yeah, the chair. Yeah. So, like for example, like speak up those MP Holness, like she can raise a point of order.
Yeah. So I'm on the floor. You're chairing, and you have a question about something that I am saying, or you take issue to something that I am saying. Point of order. People out of order.
All right, we can move on. I think everybody get that one right. No, the Speaker of the House cannot call point of order. The members can call point of order, and Mr. Warmington illustrated that clearly to us. So somebody said that question doesn't count in Jamaica. All right. Parliament members are allowed to address each other by first name if they're friends, by last name only, or as member only, or member and you mention the person's last name, or you can call the person like a nickname, or all of the above. So for example, if I'm in the parliament, Kevin and I are in the parliament, Kevin can look at me and say, Ratty, Arm can say, Rattigan. Arm can say, member. Or member Rattigan. Or him can say
member
Ratty. Oh no, by first name him say Wilfred, yeah. Or with nickname him say Ratty. Or him can do all of the above.
Member Ratty.
Question 9, that's a B. Sergeant Magic say B by last name only.
Question 9. In Parliament, members are allowed to address each other how?
See. Lots of C's.
Everybody gonna see?
Ranika, when you say member, are you referring to C? I guess you're referring to C.
Ubuntu say hold up on the corner.
All right, we're gonna move on because after 7 now, we only have less than an hour.
Oh wow, time flies.
Well, but yeah, the correct answer is C, and you've seen that member, yeah. You know, when Speaker Holness said Warmington out of order, she's out of order. I want to say out of order meaning according to the standing rules. You know, we could have asked her for withdrawal. All right, question 10. Public debate surrounding the fertilizer issue demonstrate the role of which institution in holding government accountable? Public debate surrounding the fertilizer demonstrate the role of which institution in holding government accountable? So the fertilizer issue.
Yeah,
which one
go ahead.
Hold government accountable for the fertilizer? I said, why on the thief the fertilizer? I don't know, I have to give the farmers them fertilizer. Is it the banks? Is it media and civil society? Is it Department of Environment and Control and Forestry? Or is it the Department of Agriculture? C. No, that's 9C. Okay, somebody said 10D. Oh, Department of Agriculture. Walk like a champion said D. Just for phone B. Gazette say Gazette.
Andrea, is that 10 that you're answering C to? Remember, people, put the number of the question. This one is question 10. Public debate surrounding the fertilizer issue demonstrate the role of which institution in holding government accountable? Is it banks? Is it media and civil society? Is it Department of Environmental Control and Forestry? Or is it the Department of Agriculture? Question 10. Please put your selection.
10.
Question 10 and your letter selection.
D.
So a bunch of people are saying D. So
Nigga, yeah. One already said D.
So there are lots of D's and C's. Saji Magic says C.
You know, students, the answer, you know, is in the question, not in the multiple choice answers provided. The answer is actually in the question. If you read the question carefully, you see the, remember, we're critical thinkers.
Correct.
You know, a lot of you see it and you just jump at it and say, you know, and just so you know, the questions were provided by a group of us. It's not just me. So
except for the ones that are really
some of the questions
raising.
Some of the questions that really have problems with, I know me. I know me. We're not calling him, but I know me. It's be easy. Right? But there are some people around here, you know, them tough, you know, when them said draft a question, you know, them tough. All right, I could give you the answer to this. The question again is, public debate surrounding the fertilizer issue demonstrate the role of which institution in holding government accountable? Folks, let's go back to the question. The first two words, public debates. Public debates demonstrate the role of which institution in holding government accountable? Think about that. If the Department of Agriculture would hold the Department of Agriculture accountable, then there would be no need for maybe an integrity commission, an auditor general,
FID. There'd be no need for that. They're not going to hold themselves accountable. Banks, let's go through the answers. Banks, you can cross that out. Media and civil society, yeah. Public debates, they're the ones who are supposed to be holding government accountable for stuff like the fertilizer issue. When they have the public debates, they say, yeah, Department of Environmental Control and Forestry, they have nothing to do with it. Department of Agriculture, they won't do it. So the answer is B. All right. Extra credit questions. I think we have 2.
Yep.
In general, Jamaica beaches are Jamaican beaches, whichever are legally considered A, private property belonging to nearby hotels, B, public property belonging to the government and people, C, restricted areas for tourists only, and D, property belonging to the government to do with as it pleases.
As it pleases. Again, in general, Jamaica beaches are legally considered private property belonging to nearby hotels and resorts, public property belonging to the government and the people of Jamaica, restricted areas for tourists only visiting the lovely island nation, or property belonging to the government to do with it as it pleases. That is, allowing you to have big sessions on the beach or restricting you from going to the beach. Who, what, when, where. Legally, what is Jamaican beaches considered to be? And this is question 11. Question 11. And the majority of people are saying B. There are a few D's up in there.
Okay. All right. We'll give that. The answer is B. Belongs to, they actually say Crown, which for all intents and purposes comes back to the government and the people. But we know that that's not, they're not acting that way. It's not being done in the interest of the people. You know, it's the devil not cry when them say this. No. So, All right. Question 12. We're talking school bus now. When was the rural school bus program initiated? Was it 2023, 2024, 2008, 2009, 2017, 2018, 2025, 2026, or 2010, 2011? Last and final question.
Remember, put your answer as question 12 and the letter. The question is, once again, when was the rural school bus program initiated? 2023-24, 2008, 2009, 2017, 2018, 2025, 2026, when the buses actually went to, the big yellow school buses came to Jamaica and went down the country. And last but not least, 2010, 2011. When? Quando? A bunch of C's up in there, a couple of A's. Let's see what? Let's see a couple of E's.
The one you really have them all over the place, you say.
Yeah.
Them all over the place. 12B, 12, 20, 2013.
Michael Gordon says C. Relata say A. All those earlier times. Question not straight to you, Dorrit. But we straight. So the question must straight. When was the rural school bus program initiated? 2023, 24? So, and it's put this way so that you understand it's a school year that is being addressed here. So it's a 2023-24 school year, or 08-09 school year, 2017-18 school year, 25-26 school year, or 2010-2011. Which one is it? Which one is it? All right.
All right, well,
All right, Provost, I think we can move on now and give the answer for this.
the answer to this is E. The rural school bus program was initiated in 2010-2011 under the JLP, Mike Henry. And then they lost the election and the PNP stopped it.
Stagnated the program.
The economy was in bad shape. They didn't have the money to spend and support it. But then they started it up back in 2015. The PNP started it up back in 2015. And remember, they lost the election in 2016. And then the JLP scrapped the PNP's version of it. And then they came up with a version in 2017. 200 million, and we still haven't seen anything. And then they come back now in 2020, 2025.
25.
It all started back in 2010, 2011. All right. So tell me now how to do.
And remember, we're people of integrity. So the poll is put up on the chat on YouTube. So those of you that are listening in and you did your own little questions on the platforms that you're listening from, you can just jump onto YouTube real quick, Reason with Rattigan, and participate in the poll. If YouTube is not your thing, understand. Just pop in, participate in the poll, and jump right back off. What
Kevin,
was your score?
This this Rubio one, this is the full one, right?
Yes. Yeah, this is the one that you said you shared with me.
The full one. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Here we'll go. All right, Neil, big up yourself. We're gonna take a look at the what do you call it?
Cuba.
You mentioned Kevin that them should go ahead and do it. The survey to see how many people got or the scores.
Yeah, man, do the survey. Let us know what your scores were. And again, we're a people of integrity, so that
right.
We're not like the commission.
Don't worry, this is a midterm. It's a midterm. It's not a final. It's a midterm. The poor.
Yeah. Don't worry yourself, Darren.
We don't have much time left, so here's what we're going to know. We'll try to do some justice to this topic. This has to do with the Cuban doctors, right? And I'm going to show you diplomatic speak and kind of take you behind the scenes so you understand what was going on when Jamaica decided that they no longer wanted to be they no longer wanted
partners
program in Jamaica. Kevin, let me just hold on a second. Okay. Somebody send me some stuff for the buses. Here are some of the buses, the school buses. See them nice them up. See that? See that? Call them chicken buses because they used to carry chickens. Now they carry people.
Mm-hmm.
But these buses, they were all sold for under $2,000. All under $2,000. So let me remove that. We'll get to that some other time. What was I looking for? I just need the...
Oh, you were going to play the video?
Yeah, I said the video. I'm just looking for the statement put out by the... Oh, there it is. All right. Here we go, folks.
It is my great pleasure.
No volume?
To welcome...
You can turn it up some more.
States Secretary of State, the Honorable Marco
Okay.
Rubio to Jamaica.
All right. Let me just...
I've known Secretary of State Rubio for some time, and I've always been very
No,
impressed
that's
by
not
his
true.
deep knowledge
Oh, you know what? No.
of the region.
Oh, hold on. No, give me the counter. Oh, hold on. 590.
Significant progress that we're making in bringing down all major crimes, and that Jamaica today is safer than at any time in the last 2 decades. In fact, crimes against visitors represent less than 0.01% of the more than 3 million visitors to Jamaica.
I see that grin on him face like a Cheshire cat. He's talking about murders committed against tourists. He not care about you. He not care about you. You know what I'm saying? It's less than 0.01. He not talk about the high murder rate against the local population. No, he not care about you. And
I think that is actually going to keep
committed to working collaboratively to ensure that travel advisories reflect.
See, that's the reason why I'm going to go through all of this exercise with Marco Rubio. We want the travel advisor. Remember, the travel advisor was high at the time, and they want to bring it down. So there you go.
Current realities and promote travel to Jamaica. I'm confident that the dialogue initiated today will lead to tangible outcomes, benefiting both our peoples and contributing to mutual stability and prosperity. Indeed, our concern for enhanced regional and hemispheric security and prosperity was recognized.
All right, blah, blah, blah. You sing for your supper. We know that. All right, now make we go to what Marco Rubio said about it. All right.
The travel advisories as they currently stand to ensure that they do reflect the reality of the new numbers and what the numbers show, because you've made very impressive progress in your general numbers overall when it comes to the murder rate and so forth. But in particular, with those travel advisories are designed to American travelers. And I think we need to analyze that and just ensure that the status we're currently in accurately reflects the status quo and takes into account the progress you've already made this year and made last year, year over year, which I think is one of the highest numbers in terms of reductions that we've seen of any country in the region. All
right. So you say the first thing, then them start talk about development. Them start promising that, you know, businesses will come to Jamaica. But he meet him over the head with him say, listen, let's talk about travel advisor, because if the travel advisor got to 4, Jamaica is finished. So that's the first thing him start talking. We'll skip the business part. And now we'll go to another part. Listen to this. Okay. All right.
But there may be things that we can do in collaboration with one another. And this touches on the issue of aid, very controversial in the United States, but it's one of the reasons why I wanted to come here today, because it in many ways highlights exactly what our vision for aid moving forward is. The United States is not getting out of the aid business. We are going to be providing foreign aid. The difference is we want to provide foreign aid in a way that is strategically aligned with our foreign policy priorities.
You hear that? Strategically aligned with our foreign policies. That's how we're going to give out money. That's how we're going to give out assistance.
And the priorities of our host countries and our nation states that we're partners with. In essence, how that would work, how it has worked in the past, is USAID or some other entity would come into a country and say, this is what we think you need. And then they go out and hire an NGO that maybe are the ones that convinced them that that's what you need, and they give them a bunch of money and they come into the country and they do things. Some of these programs are fine. They're nice things. Other times, not so much. Nonetheless, that's how it used to be. How we want it to be in the future is that our embassies are involved with the host government, our hosts, our partners, and we ask them, what are your needs? And we provide assistance geared towards the needs of the nation states that are hosting us and that we're partnering with.
That with all due respect, Secretary Rubio, that happens, and it's been happening for a long time. It's true that you have NGOs that will convince, you know, certain countries that you need this, and then they'll get money from USAID. But in the main, the embassy, when they have the bilaterals, they'll talk about what they need, and then that will get worked into the budget for the following year. So that's just diplomatic speak saying, we're not going to no money unless we do what we want to do.
At the end, our partner in Jamaica, our partner all over the world, is the government. It's the host governments who have a clear vision for the future. And to the extent that our foreign aid can be helpful, it is in furtherance of what the people of your country have elected you to carry out. Here, there are a lot of things. We've just described some of them. What should our foreign aid be geared towards? It should be geared towards looking for opportunities to increase skills training, looking for opportunities to attract.
All of these things he's mentioning, the Prime Minister said, this is the kind of assistance. These are the areas in which we need assistance. So the Secretary said, okay, fine. Aid will come in those areas, but they have to be linked to our strategic objectives, not yours or your neighbors, ours. And remember, Henry Kissinger said it. He said, America doesn't have permanent friends or enemies. America has interests. That's what it comes down to. Now, let me take you to the most interesting part of this press conference.
On the gangs. In terms of Cuban doctors in Jamaica, let us be clear. The Cuban doctors in Jamaica have been incredibly helpful to us. Jamaica has a deficit in health personnel, primarily because many of our health personnel have migrated to other countries. We are, however, very careful not to exploit the Cuban doctors who are here. We ensure that they are treated within our labor laws and benefit like any other worker. So any characterization of...
Hear what he says. Everything is in compliance. Labor laws, everything. And Cubans are fine in Jamaica.
The program by others.
So listen to what he says now. This is a swipe at Secretary Rubio. Listen to this.
Who are here, we ensure that they are treated within our labor laws and benefit like any other worker. So any characterization of the program by others certainly would not be applicable to Jamaica.
Who is it that's characterizing the program? Who? It is the man standing to your right, Mr. Prime Minister, and the State Department. They're characterizing the program, not you, not St. Vincent and the Grenadines, not Trinidad, not the UK. No. The US government says we're going to characterize this program in a certain way based on violation or violations of law, international law. And so you went off the rails there by saying we don't care, others may characterize it, but we don't see it that way. You felt as if you have on your big boy pants and you could have said what you want to say because you had international media there. Big mistake.
Jamaica. We are ensuring that our program complies with all the international laws and standards to which we are a party to.
And that means that you've been doing it since 2016. Before, certainly, you were Prime Minister for a brief period of time before 2016, but you've been Prime Minister now for, what, 10 years. So you've been ensuring that they comply, that the whole arrangement is in compliance with international law and local labor laws. So that's why it's we find it kind of curious that all of a sudden now you've discovered that the arrangement doesn't.
All right, our next question will come from Tana Thomas from Nationwide News Network. Please stand.
Secretary Rubio, my question is for questions in relation to the matter of the Cuban Medical Corporation program as well. So the medical mission has been a cornerstone of healthcare in Jamaica and the Caribbean for over 50 years, according to our foreign minister. How does the U.S. reconcile its stance on this program with the region's reliance on Cuban medical professionals, and what alternatives does it propose to ensure healthcare stability?
Well, yeah, I think the first thing is to separate the medical from the labor issues that we are pointing to. Okay, this is not about doctors. Okay, this is not about the provision of medical assistance. We have no problem with medical assistance. We have no problem with doctors. We have a problem, and I'm not speaking about Jamaica. We've discussed this today about.
No, you are speaking about Jamaica, sir. You are.
Following international labor standards and the like, but I'm just talking about this program in general, how it's operating.
And the reason is, you know the arrangements of that program in Jamaica, because there's an embassy in Jamaica and they know this. They've collected the information and they've sent it off to Washington. So your meeting with the Prime Minister was to read him the Riot Act, to say, listen, this is where we're going, and you're with us or you're with them. Make your choice. It's actually, no. Somebody is saying, Judith Hibbert. No, it says March 26, 2025. 2025. It's a year ago. A little less than a year ago.
Operated around the world. And how it's operated around the world is that basically the doctors are not paid. In many other parts of the world, the doctors are not paid. You pay the Cuban government. The Cuban government decides how much of anything to give them. They take away their passports. They basically operate as forced labor in many places. Now, there are places that have better labor standards. Perhaps Jamaica is one of those, and that's fine. But I'm describing generally what the program has been.
Again, Secretary Rubio, you know when you're making this speech that Jamaica is following the template across the world, which is that the Cuban doctors, they come to Jamaica, their passports are withheld by Cuban authorities, and that the Jamaican government pays the Cuban government in American dollars, and that the Cuban government then turn around and pay the Cuban doctors a fraction of what they get. You know this.
It has operated in that way in many parts of the world and placed these people in tremendous danger. And so I think we can all agree that the trafficking in labor, be they doctors or farm workers, is not something that we would want to be supportive of, and we find that to be an egregious practice on the part of the Cuban regime. Now, every country operates their program differently. And obviously, because of our relationship with Jamaica, we're going to engage with them on that and talk about it further and have a better understanding. Perhaps none of this applies in the way it's handled here. But generally, that's the problem with the program. It's not that they're Cuban doctors. It's that the regime does not pay these doctors, takes away their passports, and basically it is, in many ways, forced labor. And that we cannot be in support of. Again, not speaking about here in particular, but in general about the program.
Okay, our next question is going to come from Will Lowry from the National News.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. Secretary. I just
All
want to
right,
circle back.
let me remove that. I'm trying to find something here to show you. Kevin, where the congressional bill is. Stay with me, folks. Stay with me. There's just so much over here. There's a document I wanted to show you. All right, let me just do it then like this. We all know that Secretary Rubio has roots in Cuba. His parents migrated to the United States from Cuba. And this idea of wanting to examine the Cuban doctor program, Cuban medical program, is not something that's new to him. It's something that he has stood at the forefront of when he was Senator Rubio. So people shouldn't be, they shouldn't be surprised at the stance that the government, the US government is taking, keeping in mind that Secretary Rubio is probably the fourth ranking person in the government or in the country. I think he's like fourth. You have the president, vice president, speaker of the house, and I think it's him. But he's up there. And so he can affect policy. He can affect it and he can affect it. And his thoughts about this Cuban medical program is nothing new, something that's been going on for a while. But I want to show you something. I want to show you something that encapsulates all that we've been saying about Jamaica's position being caught between a rock and a hard place concerning this issue. Look at this. This is an article, and it's, I like the way it's written. It's called, Will Jamaica Heed Trump's Orders to Give Up Its Cuban Medical Personnel? This was March 2nd. Look at this. I can't make it any bigger. Kevin's not here, but I'll read it. 40 days into the new Trump administration, and the world has become very unsettled. It has been made clear to Latin America and the Caribbean that the United States is the Don Dada in the hemisphere, and obedience must be shown or there will be consequences. Most countries are fearful and have chosen to be compliant. It says, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has made it clear to Jamaica that medical personnel from Cuba cannot work in domestic medical facilities and that the U.S. considers them forced labor and therefore deemed human trafficking. That's what, that last year, that was what this was all about. This places Jamaica in a tough spot. There are hundreds of Cuban medical personnel operating in Jamaica, and they play an invaluable part in the country's healthcare service. Cuba has a reputation for exporting good doctors. Now, Prime Minister Andrew Holness and Dr. Christopher Tufton will have to decide whether to send them back because Uncle Sam says so. The big dog barks. The little dog has to cower and show obeisance. Today, no one in the Jamaican government has said a word on the matter, opting not to incur the ire of President Trump. Some remember what happened to Bruce Golding when he crossed the U.S. in the Dudus affair. Let me remove this. So what's going on here, folks, is this. Let me go through some things here quickly with you. In 2005, the Cubans had a program where they were sending out doctors it's called Henry Reeve Brigades for emergency purposes. Now, keeping in mind that back in 1975 or so, Prime Minister Michael Manley went to Cuba, engaged Fidel Castro, established a good relationship, and I think it's 1970, yeah, it went in 1975, and I think it's 1976 or maybe 76, the Cuban doctors started coming. So in 2005, the Cubans had this Henry Reeve Brigade where if you had an emergency, they would send doctors to your country to help out. And in 2006, there was something called the Cuban Medical Professional Parole Program. The U.S. established that. And the purpose of that was if you were a Cuban doctor assigned outside of Cuba, not in the U.S., you could seek parole. You could say, hey, I don't want to go back to Cuba. I want the protection and the comfort of the United States. And so they have a program where they would allow you in. And in 2013, because it was always difficult to leave Cuba, in 2013, Cuba changed its migration policy so that Cubans could travel outside without seeking approval from the government. So you didn't need an exit visa or a letter of invitation. You could just leave. Then in 2015, Cuba realized that a lot of the doctors were leaving 2 years later. So they reimposed limits on doctors leaving the country. And they said because it seriously affected the flight of medical specialists. People were leaving. So in 2015, they said, Then in 2017, they ended the program. They didn't, they went back and said, you don't really need a visa because why? The Cuba and the US signed an agreement to normalize relations. So you really don't need it because, the normalized relations, so you can just go through the regular immigration process and our departure process and you'll be fine. Then in 2019, State Department issued visa action against Cuban officials for exploiting Cuban doctors. And let me see if I can. Kevin, which one of them? The bill with Marco Rubio. Where is it? I was looking for it and I can't find it. Here it is. Says you come back.
Yeah, it's in
2019. Right, 2019, and here it is right here. 2019. This is 117th Congress. This is the bill in the Senate of the United States.
Collapse and tabs, please.
It's right here. You can't make it bigger for me.
Yeah, just collapse the tabs.
Okay, hold on.
Collapse the tabs.
Okay. So for those of you who thought that Secretary Rubio just got on the bandwagon, you're wrong. Here it is right here in the Senate, June 17, 2021. Mr. Menendez for himself and Mr. Rubio introduced the following bill, which was read twice and referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. And there it is right here. It's talking about all the Cuban doctor program. In 2019, the government of Cuba maintained an estimated 34,000 to 50,000 medical personnel in more than 60 countries under conditions that represent forced labor, according to the Department of State. And it's all right here. It's all right there. So then in 2019, this was in 2020, was it 2021? This was in 2021. Yeah. So this has been going on for a while. So in 2022, Jamaica and Cuba renewed a technical cooperation agreement. Then in 2023, the Biden administration came up with a program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. And it says, we're giving you humanitarian parole. So if you're from these countries, you must have a sponsor. If you're outside, you can't be in the country, but you must have a sponsor in the United States and you must come to work for 2 years. But 2 years, you find a wife or find a husband, and that's that. There were some restrictions to the program, but they had the program going on in 2023. Then in 2025, things started ramping up. And in 2025, a flurry of activity by the State Department. They had something called the Cuba Labor Export Program. They put that out. Trafficking in persons. Then they revoked visas for certain Brazilians. They revoked visas for certain people in Grenada, Cuba, and certain African countries. Then they revoked visas for people in certain Central American countries. And then they expanded it to include foreign nationals like Prime Minister Holness. And in 2025, CARICOM had a meeting to discuss the U.S. position on Cuban Medical Brigade. And then also in 2025, Jamaica and Cuba said, yeah, the medical program will continue. And you heard Prime Minister Holness on the same podium with Secretary Rubio said that we don't have any problems with the Cubans. They're treated well. They comply with the labor law. Everything is fine. But then what I wanted to do, I wanted to find out, okay, what laws are they talking that the Cubans are in violation of? And it turns out that there's something called the International Labor Organization. And they have a law, it's ILO Convention 29 and 105. And they speak to forced labor. They speak to human trafficking, violation of human rights, and economic coercion. That's ILO Convention 29 and 105. And in Jamaica, the labor standards, you can't force people to work. And you can't take somebody's salary and give it to the government and have the government pay the person. And you can't hold on to the person's passport because you're restricting the person's freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also said that the Jamaican government said that when they look at the agreement, it didn't specify what percentage of the salary for the Cuban worker the worker would receive and what would be kept by the government. Now, it's funny because we had the Prime Minister standing right next to Marco Rubio saying that, no, everything is fine. You know, there are no violations. Everything is fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's going on with it. I seriously don't believe the Prime Minister wanted to end the program. I really don't think he wanted to end the program, but he had no choice. He had to be like Mia Motley, or be like the lady down in Trinidad.
Yeah,
I mean, straddle the fence.
Take a position and stand there.
Yeah. No, like I said, what the Cuban government did was in violation of International Labor Organization Convention 29 and 105. What caused the violation? You cannot hold on to somebody's passport because you're restricting the person's travel. I read the convention, and it essentially says that that's like forced labor. If you're telling the person to work and you hold on to the passport, you can't do that. And then you can't also collect money for the person from a foreign government and then turn around and then give them a fraction of what they earned. And I saw one where in this Cuban doctor in Colombia, she was saying that, I forgot the country, but the person was earning, the doctor was earning like $6,000 a month, and the Cuban government was giving the person $1,000 plus. That is illegal under the law. But here's the thing. It's been going on for 50 years. And Jamaica is saying, we're fine with it. We're fine with it. Just for fun, you're right. You're right. And that's where might is right. Because at least when I was in the Middle East, like in Saudi Arabia, you couldn't enter Saudi Arabia without a sponsor. Somebody had to sponsor you, and it was more than likely it's going to be a Saudi. And when you go in, they would hold on to your passport. They'd hold on to your passport. That too is illegal. So you couldn't travel. But here's the thing. You didn't have to go to Saudi Arabia. It's illegal, but you didn't have to go to Saudi Arabia. But you said, I will go under these terms. But with the Cubans, they were saying that they were forced to do this. Now, my argument is this, and I want to be absolutely clear. My argument is this. It's been going on in Jamaica for 50 years. This government has been in power for 10 years. They re-signed an agreement. They knew all of this. So for them to come now and say that this agreement is in violation of international law, and
we just found out.
And look, we discovered. They discovered. I cannot accept that. I cannot accept that. And like I said, he was placed in a position where he had to do like a Mia Martin and say, no, we're keeping our Cuban doctors. Or do like the lady down in Trinidad and say, we support what the American administration is doing. And therefore, fine, they have to go. But he didn't do that. And you notice we haven't heard much from him concerning that. But where is the letter? Oh, here it is. Let's take a look at this.
All right. Let's go to, all right, here it is. They said that they reviewed, it is, the government considered it necessary to review to ensure compliance with domestic and international legal obligations. Why didn't they did it only after Marco Rubio raised it? If Secretary Rubio didn't say a word about Cuba, the Cubans would be there right now, happy as a lark, doing whatever they want, doing what they're sent there to do, and everything would be hunky-dory, everything would be fine. So for Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, my favorite minister, to come out and say that the US government had no influence in the Jamaica's decision, that is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. So, hold on.
Too big.
Oh, it's too small, Kevin? You can't see that?
It was. So, yeah. You just took it on one, right?
What was that?
You just brought it down one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, one. Yeah, too big. So.
Okay. And look at this. Following the review, it was confirmed that there were no issues with treatment on the job, accommodation, entitlement, or freedom of movement in Jamaica. It, however, revealed two issues which required immediate attention. Here's it. The fact that Cuban personnel were not in possession of their own passports. They knew this.
Well, if the program has been going for 50 years.
Look at this. They knew it, or they should have known about it, because this is something that the Cubans all over the world, we had dissatisfied doctors, Cuban doctors all over the world, defecting and doing all kinds of things, getting parole. And they were saying that, yes, the Cuban government, they took our passport. You can't tell me that in 10 years, this government just realized now that the passports were held by the Cuban government. And they said, once that was brought to the government's attention, immediate steps were taken to correct it. And so they said, they told the Cuban authorities, all personnel, must have their passports. The issue was raised with passport immigration, with PICA, as well as the Cuban authorities locally, to ensure that all personnel were allowed to hold their passports. And they said, more fundamentally, meaning bigger judgment here, the government, look at this, the government also, and look at the word, discovered. Come on, Mr. Prime Minister, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, you're really taking people for idiots. You really are. You just discovered, after 50 years here in the country,
I think there's an issue, Provost, with understanding the definition of discover.
Yes.
And I think that is why they use it so loosely.
Let me ask you a question. When the Europeans came to America, did they discover the Indians or did they discover America?
They discovered the land of wood and water, occupied by some people.
Because I don't understand this. How could it be that this thing is right there in front of you for 50 years? Or better yet, some of them might say, well, we weren't around when this thing started. Okay, fine. But you've been around for the last 10 years.
Right.
And you're telling me in the last 10 years, remember now we know. In 2020, COVID, they sent over 100 Cuba sent over 100 medical professionals to help Jamaica. And you still didn't know anything about all the passport and the payment. You don't know anything. So they said they just discovered the salary payments that it were made by Jamaica to the Cuban authority. Listen to this. Listen to this foolishness. More fundamentally, the government also discovered that salary payments for Cuban medical personnel, while calculated at the same level as their Jamaican counterparts, were being made by Jamaica to the Cuban authorities in US dollars. Who did that? Who did that? Who paid the Cuban government in US dollars?
They just discovered that they were doing it.
You discover that you're doing it?
Yes, it's like me going into my kitchen and discovering that I have some food in the fridge that I didn't eat. I just discovered it.
You put it there and then you discover that it's there.
Oh, jeez. Come on.
Look at that statement right there. Jamaican government discovered that the Jamaican government was making payments to the US government in US dollars for the Cuban workers working in Jamaica. How is and they actually put it on paper. They put it on paper.
I have a bet for you, Provost. I bet you don't do an ATI asking for the contract.
I did. I think I did, yeah. Yeah. Hold on, let me get carried out here, Kevin.
What you doing? You still have 6 minutes out of the 8.
No, but look at that, people.
Where your camera gone, Provost?
Eh?
Where your camera gone?
Now come.
All right, so yeah, come on. So here it is. We're discovering things. We have adopted the Christopher Columbus method of documenting. So I discovered the Americas sailing from Europe. I discovered that there are some lands over here, but they got some people on it. No, you stumbled upon it. You realized that it existed. People where you are from didn't realize it existed. Now, as it relates to using the word discover, by our government in this situation, there's no way that they can explain this away. None.
No.
That's a discovery.
And it gets worse. It gets worse. Kevin, look what it says right here. It says, the only payments made directly by the government of Jamaica to the personnel themselves were overtime payments. It's this. Even more concerning, there was no contractual provision specifying what share of those salary payments was to be made to the workers. You're there for 10 years and you just find out. I'm saying that arrangement raised serious concerns under Jamaican labor and tax laws as well as under international labor conventions. But you just said in last year that there was no problem with local and international laws. Look at this. Beginning in July of last year. July. Remember, March comes before July. And what happened in July? Secretary Rubio was in Jamaica and he read them the Riot Act. He gave them an off-ramp. He said, listen, work this thing out and, we'll be fine. What Jamaica did, Jamaica dragged its feet. And so what happened? They come out now and say, hey, we'll take away visas. We are going to take away visas. And they were serious. There's another document here, but we'll get to it another time.
But you know what, Provost? In Jamaica's defense, between the visit and the end of the year, there was Melissa.
Oh. When somebody I use Melissa even know.
So they thought they could buy some time having this great national disaster that affected portions of Western Jamaica. And so they kind of forgot about it. They kind of forgot that USA sent a representative for them to change up things until here became fire at most steel. Now, time up. What you gonna do?
Look. See this?
they're saying that other Caribbean countries had arrangements under which Cuban medical personnel were paid directly. And here they said the government of Jamaica is disappointed that the Cuban government chose to withdraw their medical personnel when all that is required is for them to agree to terms which they have already accepted with other Caribbean countries. No.
No. But
What this tell you now is that this is a concerted effort. This was something done wholesale. This wasn't like, a one-off, because if that's the case, Jamaica wouldn't have to look at other Caribbean countries and say, well then, you're doing it over there, so why don't you do it here? They didn't say that before. And it was only after they received instructions that they said, okay, fine, we're gonna have to find a way to get out of this. And so they started discovering all of these things that were in plain sight, and not only plain sight, but they were complicit in. They were complicit in these things. So by Kevin, I can't see you.
Yeah, close this out for you. I've been meaning to look for it. I kept on hearing this bling bling, and I just figured out what it is. All right.
You want to get rid of it?
Yeah, you can. Oh, I thought I closed it just now.
No, it's still there.
Yeah, you can just close this.
Where? I don't.
The whole thing. You can just close the whole thing. Up top.
Yeah, which one?
This one? The top X. Over on the right hand side.
This one right here?
No.
This.
You look at all of the X them.
Why is it come up so many times?
It's different windows, man. Different tabs. Different tabs. All right.
So here's where we are, folks. So I mean, I have to play man.
Yeah, outro music.
Folks, there's just so much to talk about, and it looks like my battery dead. You know what, Kevin? Just start the music and we could just go about the business.
All right. People, Reggae Global Radio name, I'll see you there in just a few.
Yeah, the battery died. All right. People, it's a pleasure. See you at 10, Dennis Brown Extravaganza. Talk to you.
Call it that, no?
All right, later.
Blessings, people. Enough love.
Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.